Welcome back, Council and the public. I'll wait 1 second. No, we're good. Council, we left last night with an amendment on the floor. I finished speaking to it. I would open it up for debate from Council. Any questions? Councillor Nelson, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. In implementing this, if this goes through, since I'm not an accountant, Mr. Lacey, can you please walk me through the time? Are we going to be implementing all of the changes right away? Is it a slower process? The cost of doing this, and also the benefits and the downfalls of doing this? I know that's a pretty big question. I read it over last night. I was just trying to figure it out, and like I said, I'm not an accountant, and I'm just looking to you for some guidance and help here. Through you, Madam Mayor, if that's fine.
Through you, Mayor Masters, and I'm thankful that Council had the opportunity to table this or defer the discussion today, because it provided me some opportunity to think about this as well, as this is a somewhat complex topic. I'd make 4 observations on this piece. One is that there has been a lot of discussion and disagreement between a modified cash-based budget being an appropriate budget to present, which is what ours currently is, versus an accrued-based budget across Canada on this for the last 3 or 4 years. And so it is something that's had a lot of discussion and disagreement around the piece. On the one side, I think a leading advocate is C.D. Howe Institute for an accrual-based budget based on public sector accounting standards. And then you have municipalities and the Chief Financial Officer of municipalities on the other side speaking to some of the disadvantages of that. So that would be the first point that I'd make, is this is a topical discussion and not unique just to what's on the floor here today. So secondly, I understand the concern we're trying to address here, which is ensuring that the budget is comparable to the actual audited financial statements that are released, and that's easy to understand what the actual results were to budget. And I will admit that that is challenging today, as we talked about yesterday. However, moving to a accrual-based budget solves that problem, but creates another one. And that is line of sight between what we as administration, council is asking of taxpayers with respect to what's in our budget and what the mill rate or utility rate is required to fund that budget. And so I'm going to use an example here, and I'll try to make it simple. So let's say we have a roof to replace. It's going to cost us $3 million to replace that roof. And once we replace it, that roof will have a life of 30 years. It'll last for 30 years. So the way we do it today, under a modified cash-based budget, is we show we have an expense of $3 million. That $3 million, that expense, that then gets transferred to the capital budget so that project can be funded. And then we show revenue equal to that amount of cash that we require of $3 million, which is basically a 1% mill rate is what you need, increase is what you need. And so there's a very clear line of sight between what your cash requirements are and what you're asking the taxpayer to fund in the particular year. On an accrual basis of accounting, what the budget would show is the expense is still, the cost of acquiring that new roof is $3 million, but the actual expense is, you expense that cost over 30 years, the life of that roof. And so the expense is actually $100,000. And so what you'd show is you'd show an expense of $100,000 on your budget line, but you'd still need $3 million that year. You need the cash to actually build that roof, and so you still need to collect $3 million in property taxes to have sufficient cash to actually replace that roof. So you're going to have revenue of $3 million. So you have a surplus then in that year of 2.9 million. Revenue of 3 million and expense of $100,000, which gives you a surplus of 2.9 million. And so it becomes a little bit more, and then a little bit more confusing, that line of sight then. Why do you need a tax increase of $3 million when you're running a surplus of 2.9? Now in year 2, you're not going to have any revenue because you've collected it already in year 1, that 3 million. But in year 2, you're going to have another 100,000 expense. And you're going to have 100,000 expense for the next 30 years. And so you're going to run a deficit, I'm making it very simple, of $100,000 on your income statement. And so that's the line of sight issue that you have. And so in that first year that I talked about, that $2.9 million surplus you have 3 million in revenue, 100,000 in expense, 2.9 surplus. That goes into your accumulated surplus. And so that's another piece that C.D. Howe Institute has raised, is that municipalities are carrying these large accumulated surpluses, and there's not a need to have as much taxes being charged to citizens because municipalities are carrying these large accumulated surpluses. That's just one discussion point. What is an accumulated surplus? Accumulated surplus, by and large, is all the assets that we've acquired in the past. So it's all of our underground infrastructures, our miles and miles of water lines and sewer lines, our roads, etc., that we paid for in the past, but that we haven't used up, expensed, using amortization. And so that's not really money that's available. When you hear surplus, I think most people would think that's excess funds that are sitting around that are available for use. So it creates its own issues, is what I'm highlighting here. And so it's just not, I just want to say it's just not me that has been part of this discussion and has that view. The C.D. Howe Institute, I think they track about 30 municipalities, and they got that scorecard, which you've all seen. And I think in there's only about 5 that indicate actually use accrual-based budgeting. And I think there's probably really only one that uses it in its purest form, which is Richmond. Vancouver's another one that they indicate uses accrual-based accounting. But when the budget team's gone back and looked at it, they actually start with a cash-based budget, and then they convert it to an accrual-based budget. And I think that's in part just so that you have that clear line of sight. And I know back in 2020, the Municipal Finance Officers Association of Ontario, which basically represents the financial officers of the municipalities of Ontario, released a report that basically provided a counterbalance to C.D. Howe's scorecard, and part of that scorecard relating to accrual-based budgets. And so it's online. Anybody can go look at it. I think the title is a little bit interesting. They call it Fixed on a Tree, Missing the Forest. And so I'll just read one sentence out of the summary. It talks about a lot of the issues I've talked about here, but it indicates in their summary, municipalities budget like their residents. They put money aside for rainy days, save for down payments, and account for mortgage payments in their annual budgets. While we agree there is room for improvement, the C.D. Howe Institute's underlying premise that non-expert readers would understand PSAS-based budgets over how they themselves budget does not hold water. So, I would reflect on this that I do think accrued-based budgets, I'll just summarize my point there. Accrued-based budgets do provide a better comparison between your budget and your audited financial statements, but they decrease the understandability about why you're asking for an increase in taxes or an increase in utility rates. And I wonder if there's a happy medium between the two, similar to what Vancouver has done. I'll come back to that in a minute. The third point I'd raise is including our municipal service partners in the budget. That does add, once again, comparability to our audited financial statements, because our audited financial statements are consolidated financial statements. So there is a plus and a positive there. However, it also adds complexity once again, to the line of sight. What we ask residents for as it relates to our service partner budgets is their grant request from us, not all of their revenues and all of their expenses getting to a surplus or a deficit that doesn't lead you to what the funding request is as part of the mill rate. And so it just adds complexity to that discussion and line of sight again. And I guess the other point I would just make with respect to municipal service partners is that I think we would need to do some work with them because we'd be looking for them to meet probably different budget timelines to get their budgets to us, and we may have to ask them to reformat their budget to ensure it lines up with exactly what our budget looks like so that there's can be an easy consolidation on a budget perspective. Not insurmountable stuff, just additional work that needs to be done. Which just leads me to my fourth comment, which is, you know, I've really not had the opportunity to think about the resources that would be required to implement this. This would be, I think, a substantial amount of work, and that if this passes, or if we go down another road that tries to accomplish both objectives, which I've talked about, might require a phased approach over a couple of years, just because of the amount of resources required. So I guess I'd conclude by saying I understand the concerns that we're trying to address here. We do score low in the CD Howe report. Over the last year or two, we've added to our annual report and to our budget a one-pager that tries to reconcile the accrual basis to the cash basis of accounting. It is at a very high level. I appreciate the criticism that you can't compare to budget line items and to department line items. I think that's a valid criticism. But I don't know if just going to a totally accrued-based budget solves all of the issues. As I mentioned, I think it creates other challenges. And so I do think this is a piece that we do need to solve. We do need to improve our budget comparability. And so I would just put out there as a suggestion that perhaps administration should take this away. I've talked previously about the fact that we're going to be coming back with a report about how we improve upon our first year of multi-based budgeting, and that this be incorporated into it, and that we can come back and provide perhaps more detailed advice about some of the challenges, what are the options to address the concerns, valid concerns, with respect to our budget as it is right now, and then as well as about how do you go about implementing that and the resources required.
And you can't give me an actual figure. You just said that there's a substantial amount of work, a phasing approach, and creates other challenges, and it's a lot of work, and it'll create problems. Do you have any idea the kind of figure we're talking, money-wise? And you don't have to give me a figure, but...
Sorry, I would be very hesitant to do that here today.
Okay, all
Might
right.
require system changes. It requires working with our municipal service, or other service partners that would be consolidated. It is a substantial piece of work. And at a time, to be quite frankly, where I know I have a lot of change going on in my budget team. And so I don't want to discount that we do need to make improvements. Wouldn't want to leave anybody with the impression here that we need to get better at ensuring our budget is comparable to our financial statements, so you can hold administration accountable and the public can also see the actual results versus budget in a comparable manner. I 100% agree with that piece. I think it's just going to take us some time to get there, and there might be other ways that we can do it, learning from other municipalities.
Okay. Yeah, there's something with my mic. It only works sometimes. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Lacey.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Skidniak.
Okay, I was making some notes while you were talking, Mr. Lacey. So first, if many other municipalities budget the way we do, why do we get such a bad grade through the CD Howe process as compared to Saskatoon and others?
So, through you, Mayor Masters, I think there's two reasons for that. One is that we've only recently introduced that one pager, and so the report card results are usually about a year and a half behind because they look at the documents from the year previous when making their assessment. And I would say, secondly, I think other municipalities have a much more detailed breakdown than just the one pager, and I'd probably provide more clarity. I can't speak to that specifically, but I believe that's the case. Mr. Smith, do you have anything to add to that? Because I know you have looked at that. Oh, sorry, Curtis.
Thank you. So through the mayor, just going by memory here, yes, I mean, that low mark that we got is because there's a big lag. We made significant improvements in the budget. If I can just think of one that we made, we did a reconciliation between, call it generally accepted accounting principles and how we report on the budget. That, I think that alone will get us to probably a B or a C grade. So we do expect to get about a B grade when CD Howe evaluates our budget in about 2 months here.
Okay. Mayor Masters, can you summarize your rationale for putting this motion forward, just so I'm not assuming what it was?
Absolutely, absolutely I can. I think what's important is of 32 cities they look at, we're in the bottom 4. And so in the 2022 report, it comes forward that the city of Regina had restated their budget figures and variances had been explained. So the change that has been made is already factored into the D, partly because it's a number of things. But in terms of what they call public sector accounting consistent expenses, there are a number of cities that, a number of cities, as in Burnaby, Edmonton, Calgary, Laval, Markham, like there's a number of cities that produce PSA consistent expenses. One of the things that is not coming forward from a transparency and accountability perspective mostly is that the inability to look at a budget to be able to see how we are performing on numbers at present, which you're approving a budget, council and administration directors are following a monthly budget, so those numbers should be reported in, and we should be able to see going into budget how we performed currently, year to date in 2023. We should be able to see how we performed on those same budget numbers in previous. You don't compare a budget to budget, it's ridiculous. You compare your performance to the actuals. And so while I appreciate this would be a lot of work, and I'm happy to consider a hybrid of it, if our budget isn't coming forward to us in the way that our financial statements are produced, we actually have no way of knowing. In addition, the fact that depreciation doesn't exist in the budget factors makes facility asset management really difficult. We know, and you heard it yesterday, I think Mr. Doney said 9 million behind in terms of, I've got the number right, Mr. Doney? 9 million in terms of roads and streets. I don't know of what. We're, I think, Ms. Bisdell, 5 million underfunded on an annual basis in facility asset management. And so those assets exist over the life of an asset, and you're right, from a cash perspective. I'm not saying, I think he has to produce a cash budget, but as soon as December 31st hits, we're converting everything exists in accrual-based accounting anyways, because our financial statements must, according to the rules, be produced in accrual-based accounting. And so to not have those numbers coming into budget means that I can't open up a budget, I can't look at last year's budget and understand how it performed, and yes, it's been restated, but that doesn't help for decision-making right now. And so I think from a facility asset management, from an asset management program perspective, from a transparency and an accountability perspective, it's absolutely necessary that these numbers be produced in a way, and frankly, the federal government is required to do this. Provincial governments do this, so it's municipal governments that don't, and I think in Ontario there's going to be a mass kind of move that way, even again if it's in both. I think Mr. Lacey raises a great point in terms of having enough cash to fund something, but I think the understanding that you are cash funding everything is also perhaps erroneous as well. If something exists for 25 years, should it be paid for with cash up front is actually part of the question from a management perspective. And so I'm going to tell you from a facility asset perspective or an asset management perspective, Mr. Lacey and I had this conversation at Audit and Finance. I think we're going to need to get real about what we're going to have to put into future budgets just to even build up the resources to actually address some of those issues. And so, yeah, I'm happy to look at a hybrid, but a taxpayer, a citizen of the city of Regina should be able to open up our budget, understand how it relates to this year's performance by department, and what it looks like over the last 2 years and what that means looking forward. Because you heard it yesterday. Okay, tell me about this increase on this line item. What about this expense? Why is this up? Why is this down? That should, going in to make a decision, we should, from an oversight fiduciary responsibility perspective, this should be better.
And then in terms of the concern about comprehensibility for that this approach would actually be less easy for folks who don't have financial backgrounds to understand. You said that you would support a hybrid approach. Would that be the workaround for that, or what is your response?
Yeah, and I think, Mr. Lacey, what you're referring about in terms of understanding was actually more about funding of projects, not necessarily, because every publicly traded company in this country must produce accrual-based accounting reports. And so you can refer year over year over year. We can do that too because they must be produced on accrual-based accounting. The fact that the budget isn't presented that way means you actually can't compare. And so to wait into June or July for that conversion does no good for making the budgetary decision. You can't track what is happening in the city year over year unless you use the financial statements. And with all due respect, we look at financial statements and move on because, frankly, it's in the past. You can't do anything about it. It's actually the future forward stuff that's important.
Okay, and then so it sounds like what the preference would be that this would be referred back to them to bring back their recommendations based on this motion when they give us their budget report, which I think they said was in Q2. Is that something that, like, would you support? Like, how do you feel about that as a next step?
I guess, Mr. Lacey, I know Mr. Smith is leaving the building. What about your other resources internally?
Yeah. So, through you, Mayor Masters, so we have a budget team essentially of 3 people. Mr. Smith, his last day of work is today, and so I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Smith for the service he's provided Regina. Certainly provided a lot of leadership in the budget area. So we'll be needing to replace that position. Mr. Black, who's sitting next to him, we're currently in the middle of upgrading our budget system called Hyperion, which the timing actually is not bad here as we make changes because we can look for opportunities to ensure the budget system aligns with wherever we're going here. But that project, we're right in the middle of that project, and so a lot of his time is devoted to that. We've been lucky to backfill him on a temporary basis. However, that person coming in is new to municipal government, has a finance background, but new to municipal financing and budgeting and accounting, and will be starting fresh here. And then as well, the third person is currently on leave and not expected to return until late in 2024. Again, we've been lucky to backfill that with a new hire just within the last couple of weeks, but again, relatively new to the city. And so from a budget unit perspective, I've seen a lot of change there, and not to be an excuse on this piece, but just adds an added challenge to the work that will be required in bringing this together. We certainly could look to draw upon support from our financial services area, which is basically on the other side of the ledger, the actual side, with respect to actual expenditures, cash flow management, investment management, etc. But to be frank, we're down a number of key positions in there as well, both at the leadership level, but as well as at the professional accountant level. So we're challenged from a resource perspective currently, working hard to fill those positions, but it just adds to the complexity. Even if we're fully staffed, this is a significant amount of work. And so I don't want to shrink away from it. I accept that we do need to make some substantial improvements here, but we may need to look at how can we do this in a phased approach as opposed to all in 1 year.
Okay.
Yeah, I think in terms of that answer then, referring this to, I think if council would like some oversight, the Audit and Finance Committee meets 4 or 6 times a year. And so I think Audit and Finance could produce some oversight and report on milestones. I'm not interested in something showing up mid-year. I'd like to see what work is being done more on a basis. And you should know that the Audit and Finance Committee has requested to get quarterly variance reports. But again, because the budget doesn't come in the accrual-based numbers, I will tell you that we have a public sector accountant, an individual who manages a very large department at the Government of Saskatchewan, Mr. Humphreys, who you met, and a local entrepreneur, and not one of them can track what is happening from an accountability and transparency perspective of the city of Regina. It's concerning. And so if you would like to refer it back to administration with reporting into Audit and Finance at their regular meetings, I think I would be happy with that.
Okay, thanks. Okay, Mr. Lacey, another question for you. So you spoke at length about the accrual-based accounting principles. Is that the only part of the motion that you have concerns with? Or is there anything else that you were wanting to respond to?
No, I think, so the rest of them I think are minor. They're more about clarifications on point 1. Sorry, it's not point 1. Speaks to basically returning by November 30th. And so just for a clarification perspective, the question I would have there is that the budget, like this debate here, happening prior to November 30th, or is that the release of the proposed budget? So I think just clarification around that. Either one doesn't present challenges for us to do. I don't think it varies greatly from what we do today, but perhaps clarity around that piece. The blue, brown, and green bin program, I think we can break those out. Pardon?
Mr. Doney?
So I'll actually ask Mr.
Yeah,
Doney to
Mr.
speak to that, because I
Please
do
go
know there
ahead.
might be some
Yeah.
challenges the way we currently do it.
It's on.
It's okay. Through the mayor, so the way we've set up the solid waste utility is similar to the water utility. So curbside fees go into the curbside funding reserve, and then of course we provide that service. So we've got estimates for the blue, green, and brown, but we don't have an individual charge for each of those. It's one charge that you'll see on the utility bill of solid waste curbside fee. Similar to the water utility, where there's the water, wastewater, and stormwater. We don't have the cost of those services is one large utility, and so yes, it's broken out in the bill, but it's not. We don't track those costs to the actuals because it's the utility as a whole.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, and I think my intention here was that there is a mill rate increase that is going to apply to taxes this year. And I don't care what number you pick right now, 5.82. It's 5.82, but because of the change in terms of transferring some of the mill rate into the garbage utility, it's 5.82 minus 3.09 or whatever that is. So 3.09 is now the user fee that will show up on a not as a percentage anymore, it's going to show as a charge. And so I speaking to a number of residents and businesses, they're confused by the actual total charge of the city. And so we know it, right now it's 2.82 or perhaps, well, 2.82 as of right this minute. But the garbage utility is going up by X. The water utility goes up by X, which is approved every year, and then there's a mill rate increase. And so is there a way to compare on an average home, because I know we're not doing it for all, for $315,000 home, here's what you were paying last year, here's what you're gonna be paying this year. And it's about the difference, because I think it's the overall impact of city operations, and I appreciate it might be difficult, but would something like that be possible so that we have a tendency, with all due respect, as accountants and engineers, looking at you, Mr. Lacey and Mr. Doney, is you understand it in a way that is very intricate and have a certain way of speaking. If you had to just say, you were paying this year, you're going to be paying this next year. And so everybody can then just scale it according to the assessed value of your home.
Through the mayor, I think that's exactly what our comms team did in this budget highlight document. So on the back, you can see that for the average home, you will pay $19.42 extra in 2024 compared to 2023 for an average home assessed at $50,000. So it's $15.12 on your utility bill and $4.30 on your property tax for a total of $19.42.
So I think that I support referring it back, and I'd be happy to do that, but I think other people wish to speak, so I guess I'm good, because I think some of these things can be addressed through that process.
Thanks, Councillor Skiniak. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. Through the chair. Looking at this, how it's written, I was wondering if Mr. Lacey has any suggestions for any amendments for the hybrid system everyone's been kind of friendly to, or is this too structured for that, or are we continuing to work through this?
So through you, Mayor Masters, I've not had the opportunity to study this enough and to look at what other municipalities do that use a much more of a hybrid approach, I think, to really inform a change to the motion here currently. That's why I've suggested perhaps to allow us some time to go away and to come back and have that conversation with the Audit Finance Committee, with Council, with Executive Committee, whatever you choose here, with respect to what might best accomplish the objectives of having comparable budget information with the financial statements, but at the same time having a clear line of sight to the taxpayer with respect to the funds that we believe we need to raise, and that they can see then how that impacts the property tax ask of them in any particular year.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey. I appreciate the work you do. Some people mentioned that I was angry during a meeting a couple weeks ago. I wasn't angry, I was upset. I was scared. I'm angry now. I was asking about capacity of your department. I was cut off. I was put to the side. I wasn't allowed to speak. I was told there was no problem with capacity. You're telling me today there's a problem with capacity. I'd like to know how the mixed messaging came about and what the truth is.
So through you, Mayor Masters, maybe I'll make one comment, and then I'll ask Ms. Anderson if she has additional comments on this piece. So yes, currently I think we're resourced. We have some resource challenges currently. We are managing. We brought in some temporary individuals, and we're actively working to fill those positions. I think the discussion with respect to capacity, and I wasn't here for that meeting, but I understand it related to the board and board appointments. And so that probably really impacts me more directly than the broader budget team and the kind of the resources and horses behind the scenes required to undertake the financial and budget operations of the city. This piece of work is another piece of work that layers on top of it, which was not there when we had that discussion, and so I'm only flagging that in addition to what day-to-day operations are, and some of the, yes, some of the vacancies we have that present challenges on day-to-day operations currently, this just adds to it. And so at a certain point, you get to a place where the amount of work does become challenging to accomplish it all at once. And so this is just another piece that's been added on. And I'm just saying at this point, I don't know if I have the horsepower, not me directly. This requires a lot of work by professional accountants in the organization to figure out exactly how we do this, how the systems have to change, how we interact with our third-party stakeholders, be that the library, be that Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Corporation, EDR, REAL, how that all gets consolidated into our budget. Substantial amount of work compared to what I have on my plate and my team, more importantly, has on my plate today. And then I'll ask if Ms. Anderson has additional comment.
Through you, Mayor Masters, as I was the one that made the comment, yes, I would say there's significantly different amount of work required to overhaul an entire accounting system than to have a CFO attend a board meeting every couple of weeks. This is significantly more work for more staff. So with REAL, Mr. Lacey, the requirement is that he attend a board meeting every couple of weeks for an hour or two. I believe this would require a significant number of staff to do significant work. It's a major project, a major initiative, and that would be the difference from the finance perspective.
I don't want to draw any more attention, so I'm going to let this go. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to deal with a couple of points here. I want to deal with them frankly. Councillor Mancinelli is correct. I also raised the capacity issue in your organization. I was told there was no capacity problem. I raised it in connection with REAL. I went to the first REAL board meeting of the new board. It is not correct to say that the deputy manager and responsible for finance just has to go to the occasional board meeting. You've taken on a huge responsibility there. I believe that the board itself is illegally constituted because it's riven with conflict of interest, and I think we're seeing that now. I'll leave that point, but I want to be clear on that point. The second point that was raised, which I also want to be clear, is when councillors were asked to submit questions in the last couple of weeks to the finance department, I submitted a question which deals with exactly the issue that's been raised here. I said it's one thing to talk about mill rate, but that's not all that the taxpayer wants to know. The taxpayer wants to know in real number terms what the increase that they are going to have to pay to the city next year is. I said, do that calculation in actual numbers, showing for the mill rate and showing for the utility rate net increase as a result of going to organics, which I approve. I got a good answer back from that. It's in answer 28. I'm not sure who, Mr. Lacey, in your department provided that answer, but they did it for an average house of 315, and then I took it up because lots of houses aren't average, they're more, to, I believe, 500, 700, 950. I'd like the administration to review that answer in public, question 28, so that the taxpayer can actually understand what they're going to be asked to pay next year to the city. And then I have a few other points, Mayor.
So through you, Mayor Masters, I might ask, because I think it was Mr. Smith's team that put this together, I'm going to ask Mr. Smith perhaps to start
Yes,
in
so-
responding to that.
So, excuse me, through the mayor, so I'm gonna answer this question based on the mill rate we are at today, right?
Mr.
Because-
Smith, I'm just going to stop you right there. I think what Councillor Hawkins has asked for is to read out the answer that was given on question 28.
Okay.
I want to know on behalf of the taxpayer what they are going to be having to pay. I think the mill rate you used at that time was 2.2. I think it's now 2.8.
Okay.
Just let them know how to combine the increase that will result tentatively as a result of the mill rate plus the increase that results as the net increase through the waste inclusion on the utility budget.
Sure, yeah, so I'll try to do my best here through the mayor. So at a 2.20 mill rate, you know, as Mr. Doney said, $19.42 is the total cost. If we're at a 2.
Could we do it on a yearly basis, please?
Yeah, I guess it would be 1942 times 12. I can calculate that. So that's $233.04 through the mayor.
Is there someone providing more comment on something?
That was all I was asked to provide, I believe, through the mayor.
No, it wasn't. I'm going to say again, we're
So-
looking at a,
I think that it's really important to have respect in the chambers and that you speak to staff with respect.
Councillor Hawkins? I know you're frustrated,
You could
but
parse every word that I've said, and you won't find any word that's disrespectful.
Your
I've
tone,
asked for
it's
information. That's all I've done. And if we're at it in this chamber, I've been spoken to disrespectfully on a number of occasions recently. So I reject the notion that I've said anything disrespectful. There's nothing wrong with my tone or my voice.
I think
It
we
may
don't...
be firm, but it's my voice.
Yeah, we're not here to debate it, sir. If we could proceed with questions.
Okay,
Thank you.
sir,
So-
I don't have in front of me the answer to question 28.
So,
Could I get that from the
yeah,
clerk
So
possible?
through you, Mayor Masters, I'll provide, I have that in front of me here, I'll provide.
You have it in front of you, sir?
I do,
Thank you.
yes. So, question 28, which was a question asked by council members, asked specifically what the cost was for the average homeowner valued, and I think it was $325,000. What was the annual cost to that homeowner as a result of the proposed increase in the mill rate? That answer was at the 2.2% mill rate, and it was $51.60 per year based on a 2020 mill rate. If the homeowner's value of their house was $500,000, that increases to $81.90 a year. If the value of a homeowner's house is $700,000, that increases to $114.67 a year. And if the value of the homeowner's house is at $900,000, the increase in property taxes would be $147.43 a year.
Does that includes the mill rate and the utility rate as well, or is that question 33?
That is just the mill rate. Question 28 only dealt with the mill rate.
Could you go to question 33, please, and read the same numbers?
So question 33, what it did to arrive at the annual cost is it actually converted the utility bill and the waste bill increase into a mill rate. So I would say it's a lot less accurate measure, but it's an approximation of what an average home would see as an increase. So I just want to put that caveat on it. So with a home valued at $315,000, $256.12 a year, 500,000 valued home, $406.54 a year, $700,000 assessed value residence, $569,000 a year, and a home of $900,000, $900,000 value, $731.77 a year. I would just note that I would come back to, in providing those numbers, administration converted basically the utility for water rate and the waste rate into a mill rate. Really, those two rates are the same. Regardless of what the value of your house is, you're going to pay that same amount. So I would suggest that the answer that was provided, when I look at it now, likely overstated what that increase is.
Sorry, what is that?
As the value of the house increases.
Sorry, and what are the mill rate conversions that were done?
So basically, the value of what an average home consumes in water and pays in water, and what the garbage or waste fee is, that amount doesn't change. When this calculation was made, we converted that into what it is from a mill rate increase on a $315,000 valued home. As the value of the home increases, that portion doesn't change. It stays static. You own a $900,000 valued house, you own a $300,000 valued house, your water bill is the same if you use the same amount of water, right? And so unfortunately, the way these numbers were calculated, because we converted them to a mill rate, it actually increases as the value of the house increases. That would not be accurate.
Sorry, but you do have those mill rates?
I do not know if we have that here. I think we could calculate it fairly simply, and I'm going to ask Mr. Smith to do this and come back with an answer to that, because to get an accurate piece, Mr. Smith, we should be showing what the increase is for the property tax as the value of a house goes up, but the water amount and the utility for the waste amount should stay the same. And so if you could calculate that for those values, that would be appreciated. If you could let me know when you've completed that calculation, we can provide, I think, more accurate numbers.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey. If they're doing calculations, you have
Thank
another
you,
question?
Mayor, and I'd appreciate it if those answers, together with the answers in 28 to 33, are made available to the council, the public, and the media. The point of all this is so that a taxpayer doesn't know they're getting a mill rate number and a utility number. They're getting, my house is worth $500,000 and I am going to pay to the city $500 a year more. That's the number we want. And I know you're doing it on 2.2, but you should probably do it on a 2.8 mill rate increase,
So-
or whatever we decide
No,
today.
thank you for that. So I'll ask Mr. Smith to do that as well with respect to where the proposed mill rate is at, and I don't think that should be a problem, providing that publicly as well.
My third point is this. I think we all agree. I think that the understanding of this year's budget has been almost impossible. We've talked about some of the reasons for that, the supplementary budget, the way it was placed or not placed on the agenda, and all the rest of it. But one of the reasons is because we're dealing with a multi-year budget. Multi-year budgets work if there aren't many changes from one year to the next in the fundamental basics. Over the last 3 or 4 years, we've had nothing but radical changes year to year. COVID, inflation, interest rates. It's meant that the multi-year budget hasn't worked very well. In fact, it's created confusion. When the administration goes back to look at all of this, I would appreciate it, maybe I can get an undertaking, if you would ask the question again whether a multi-year budget is the way to go, or whether the difficult exercise of looking every year at the entire budget, as most households do with their own household budgets, isn't a better way. I'd ask for that undertaking.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. You are out of time. Oh,
Do I have it?
No.
I
Yeah.
don't have it?
you're out of time. On the amendment.
So through you, Mayor Masters, with respect to the undertaking, we certainly, that'll be part of the report that we bring back, is looking at, did we get it right with the multi-year budget? Should we go back to 1? Should we go to more years? And then secondly as well, I think the other question raised here was around how we present the information, particularly in the second and out years of a multi-year budget. So yes, I accept that
Thank you. I'll
undertaking.
just conclude by saying that I'm opposed to the referral. I believe that your logic is correct and that we should move boldly forward and correct our budgeting chaos.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Stevens, please go ahead.
Great, thank you. Mr. Lacey, I appreciate the clarification on what this would entail. It does sound like, and just confirm if I'm right or wrong here, you would commit to ensuring that budget documents are clear for non-experts like many of us. So it doesn't even have to shift to this. So if I'm planning on referring this back in a second here, but I hear a commitment to making the budget document clear in the future to address some of the concerns. Is that correct? Even without going down these larger changes?
Through you, Mayor Masters, that's correct.
Okay. I guess what I'm a bit confused about is what isn't clear about these particular questions. So the communication that was put forward shows the mill rate, the dollar value, utility. I can see that. Would it be possible in the future to include different levels of property value to deal with that in the communication document?
So through you, Mayor Masters, yes, it is possible.
Okay. Maybe before I refer it, just a comment. I really feel bad for the young undergrads that I work with in accountant and thinking of where they're going to work. I wouldn't wish them to walk into this buzzsaw on the worst day. So I'm going to refer this back to administration. My hope is that you can come to council in the new year with some better understanding for us of what the resources would entail, as well as how you wish to address some of the points raised in terms of making the budget clear to the public, as well as to non-expert elected officials. So the referral motion would be just to direct administration to come back in Q1 of 2024.
Seconder, thank you. Councillor Nelson? Take a vote.
It's a crazy world.
Mayor Masters, I vote in favor.
Thank you,
Councillor
Councillor
Bresciani.
Bresciani. I apologize, Councillor Nelson. Please go ahead.
I vote in favor.
Mayor Masters, the vote is carried in a vote of 10-1. Those voting in favor were Councillors Bresciani, Nelson, Findura, Stanichuk, Stevens, LeBlanc, Zakidniak, Manson, Mole, and yourself, Mayor Masters. Councillor Hawkins voted against.
Thank you very much. You got to start my clock.
That's right.
All right. Mr. Lacey, can you provide council any comments on the municipal benchmark report? It was received by council earlier this year. I suspect you had a look at it for 2022. Would you have any?
So, sorry, through you, Mayor Masters, you're referring to the municipal benchmarking report?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was there anything that stood out to you?
So, through you, Mayor Masters, I would not make a comment that anything specifically stand out to me. The municipal benchmarking report compares various municipalities on a whole wide variety of items from a financial perspective, and allows some benchmarking and comparability about how we're doing compared to other municipalities. It's a fairly wide-ranging report. A number of the benchmarks show that we're below average or below what you see in other municipalities, which potentially signals an opportunity for improvement. and in other areas we do quite well. And I would say the results vary quite widely across the various operational areas of the city.
Thank you. From Ms. Anderson, from an operational perspective, do we take any feedback? And I know we're coming out of the report going forward, but is there anything in here that is assigned to specific departments to have a look at? I'll think of, for example, like Regina's direct cost per light vehicle, per medium vehicle, and per heavy vehicle, per vehicle kilometer is, we're the highest in light, we're the second highest in both, second highest in medium fleet and third highest out of the cities for heavy fleet. Like, are those, second highest for heavy, do we refer that back? We have GIS and GPS data now in a transformation office. Oh, Mr. Doney, okay. But I'm wondering, do we do anything with this to determine what validity it has, given that we're the ones feeding it the information?
Through the mayor, so that is a chart that jumped out to me when I was looking through the data, and so I asked the team to pull it apart a little bit. What we've seen, the biggest increase there was fuel costs from 2021 to 2022, and a slight increase on maintenance costs. So I actually asked the team to think back to fuel costs. It was 85 cents in 2021, and then of course over $1 something in 2022. So that was the biggest impact. But that's not saying that there's not improvements to be made. So we've got telematics that are going in our light fleet. So every light fleet vehicle now has telematics installed, and so we're working through a process there for anti-idling to make sure we aren't idling, and then eventually route mapping to determine the most efficient route. Then we're working to have telematics installed on all of our heavy equipment, and so that'll be the next stage. So for example, our graders and those kind of things will be tracked to ensure that we're being as efficient as possible.
Thank you for that, Mr. Doney, because it does lead into my question about the efficiency review. I think scheduling, routing and whatnot was raised and I think it was being addressed of the 14 of the 53 items that were reported. There's 39 outstanding, and that for your area, I believe, was one of them. Has any work happened with that in collaboration with the Transformation Office?
Through the mayor, I'll just ask Mr. Kleem to give us a bit of detail on, kind of more details on the telematics system and what is in the future.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, we've been working with telematics data. So within the last, I'm not fully sure of the timeline, but within the last year and a half or so, we have telematics in all of our vehicles, and actually starting to pull apart that data and use it for not only like units of accomplishment and actual tracking for like operations within the city, but also looking at any sort of inefficiencies that may be happening with our equipment and subsequently our personnel.
Thank you. Mr. Lacey, this one's back for you because the losses for parking, we have, in terms of our parking revenue and expenses, can you describe to me what those look like?
Sorry, through you, Mayor Masters, in a broader context or in the context?
Yeah, broader
of
context.
Broader
Yeah.
context. So through you, Mayor Masters, I might ask, so I'll maybe start and I might ask Mr. DeWall. Is he here? Give you few minutes to go up there. So on the revenue side, with respect to parking revenues relate primarily to parking enforcement revenues that are generated through parking enforcement, and then obviously there's expenses associated with that activity. I'll ask Mr. DeWall if he wishes to provide current comment with respect to that work and activity, both with respect to what the expenditure outlay is and the related revenues generated from that activity.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, this is a great lesson to me to be paying attention all of the time during council. So thank you for the extra moment to.
Sir, I
open my
haven't learned
computer.
that lesson, so we're good.
So the question relating specifically to what are the parking revenues today, through you, Mayor?
Revenues versus expenses, actually, is what I'm looking at.
Okay. So as far as the total revenues for 2023, I don't have those numbers in front of me.
Do you have year-to-dates?
I don't, but I can look at getting those right now for you.
And then in terms of expenses, same answer? We don't have them year-to-date?
The same answer to you.
Okay, thank you.
I don't think I have it either. If I could, Mayor Masters, through you, I think what you're trying to get at here is what is the overall cost for us to undertake our parking enforcement services, and what revenues are generated from that activity? Is there an overall surplus or an overall deficit with respect to that box, that unit of operations? Do I have that correct? Yeah, I don't think I have that, or we have that information here, but certainly we can provide that back to all of council.
The reason I bring it up is the RD bid from a downtown perspective has talked about this quite a bit, and so I'd be interested to see what our surplus or deficit is.
Okay. So we will bring that and provide that to all council members.
Excellent. Who's on energy efficient buildings? Mr. Hanson, your hand goes up. There is an ask of $500,000 in the budget for retrofits. Have I got this right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. When we go to invest, what's the return on investment? And, you know, what are the emission reductions that we're getting from the capital spend? We're monitoring this, so I'm assuming we are going to invest according to priorities and would have emission caps as well as a return on investment.
Yes, through you, Mayor Masters. Mr. Lacey did kind of provide a high-level overview on that yesterday. Over the 5 years, so it varies per year, each year, depending on the type of work that we're doing. But by the end of the 5-year investment, the cost savings is in the range of $350,000 per year for that $2.5 million investment.
Do we have that kind of thing on a dashboard or something? Because again, someone's monitoring this for us, right?
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes, we do have a dashboard that monitors all of the energy consumption. We're working with our sustainability team on a more corporate-wide dashboard that would pull in the greenhouse gas emissions reduction and to be able to share kind of our live savings on an ongoing basis.
Do you have a timeline on that?
Defer that to Mr. Kaleem.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the dashboard aligning with our strategic priorities is anticipated next year, in the first half of the year. So furthermore, with in terms of KPIs and those sorts of things, we'll build off of that and won't necessarily be in the next by quarter two, but we'll come beyond that.
Okay, I just want to double check again though, back to the cities. This is being live monitored right now for us, and so you would get that data on the regular basis. Mr. Hanson, is that correct?
Through your Mayor Masters, yes, that's correct.
And then the commitment on the 500,000 is to prioritize in order where that biggest bang for the buck is?
That is correct.
So that could be proved out with the data that you collect?
That is correct.
And then how do we measure and verify? Once we make a change, how do we measure and verify?
Through your Mayor Masters, that's a very good question. We have the ability now with the monitoring equipment in 50 of our facilities to break down the consumption of individual systems and components in our facilities. So if we make a change to a system, we can track the impact that had on that system.
And that's the intent of it?
Correct.
Thank you. Mr. Lacey, you want to talk about the stadium model to me? Just generally, the assumptions it's based upon and how we're doing?
Yeah. So, through you, Mayor Masters, so we have when the stadium was built, there was a model basically built that over a 30-year time frame, the capital construction costs with respect to building that building, which were financed through loans, as well as the ongoing annual operating and maintenance costs would balance out to zero over those 30 years. And so on the revenue side, key items coming in would be rental revenue from the riders and SAS Sport that are in that facility. And then as well, we have the $12 seat levy on any major events in there. That would be on the revenue side as well to balance out. Currently, oh, and then we also have taxes. That was a big part of it. You might recall for 10 years, we had a dedicated mill rate to feed into that model. And so right now, COVID has obviously had some level of impact on that model because there was basically a year and a little bit where we didn't have any rider games, and so we basically lost a year of the $12 revenue piece. And we've seen some updated numbers around the overall maintenance costs of that facility over the course of the 30 years. So I would say simply that currently, if I recall correctly, that model in this year is in a positive position. However, when we look out over 30 years, at the end of the 30 years, we do have concerns that based on our current assumptions and projections, we may actually have a loss between 20 and 30 million. And so we know that there is some work that is going to be required on that piece. It might either require an extension of the length of time of that model exists, or look at opportunities for other revenue sources, or what the operational and maintenance costs are and how they might be reduced over the remaining years of that model.
Thank you for that. So we have a model. Do we annually plug in actuals into our models?
So through you, Mayor Masters, and I don't know if we have Mr. May in the audience, so I may ask Mr. May to provide additional comment here. I'll give him a few minutes to get up to the
Mr. May,
box.
before you go, I think Mr. Oh, you're going to go there. Okay, well, let's go.
So, I would note that in our annual report, we basically provided two-page financial statement on the model that basically shows revenues that have come in during the year, revenues that have come in the past year, versus expenses for the overall net change that has occurred in the year, and then where the model is at overall. So that is provided in the annual report annually, two-pager. I will ask Mr. May, though, if he has any additional comment with respect to the health of the model and how we track where we're at throughout the years.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters, Mr. Lacey's comments are fair. We are currently monitoring the situation, and as he said, if things prove out as they are right now, we may need to extend the model or deal with a deficit towards the end of it. However, to answer your question specifically, yes, we do insert in our model, we update it every year for the actuals, and then that updates where we think we're going to be going forward, and our forecasts are based on our most recent actuals.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. May. Mr. DeWall, you have an answer on parking for me?
I do. Through you, Mayor, I don't have the full staffing costs at this time, but it's currently getting worked out as we speak. I do have some of the costs for the contracted services, though, and the revenue. So through meters and fines, we expect about $2 million in revenue. The costs for professional external services for parking enforcement is approximately $1 million, $988,800. And that includes our enforcement contract as well as other services such as the pay-by-phone contract and collection agency services.
Right, but not full staffing contingent. Does that include corporate overhead?
No, it does not, through you, Mayor, and we'll have this right away here for you. We're just pulling it up.
Oh, awesome, thank you.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I don't know when the appropriate time would be to come back with respect to Councillor Hawkins' request for an update on what the annual cost is based on house value.
Do you have it?
I do have that information now, if now would be an appropriate time. So I'm going to use I will use the proposed 2.82% mill rate increase, given that's what's currently before council. So the yearly increase for a residents with an assessed value of $315,000 will be $247.50 a year. For a residence valued at $500,000, the yearly increase is $286.39 a year. $700,000 valued house is $328.37 a year. And for a house that has an assessed value of $900,000, the yearly increase would be $370.35.
Sorry, that's for water?
Sorry, that's for all three combined. So that's the property tax increase, the utility increase, and the waste increase. All combined, that would be the yearly overall impact on a house assessed at those values.
Sorry, the numbers you gave us earlier that were in the other answer were 731 for 900, so
that is why I was concerned, Mayor Masters, that we were significantly overstating the impact, because and I'll just use this as an example, an average house, the average water use of a house is going to be that impact that impact on a monthly basis is going to be $6.60, regardless of the size of the house, for an average water user. So if you have a house of 4 people and the average use, that's not going to typically, or we've made the assumption that won't change whether you're in a house valued at $300,000 or whether you're in a house valued at $900,000. So that impact stays the same regardless of the value of your house. Same with the waste. You have the same waste bill for your 3 containers regardless of the value of your house. And so the really only variable is the property tax amount that increases based on the value of the house. And so that was why I was concerned that we were significantly misstating it in the initial answer.
appreciate that. And a mill rate conversion is what? Did we do that? What that works out in terms of a mill rate?
I don't think my team has done that here, but sorry, we'd have to come back, but I think that's easy for us to do. For example, I think what you're asking is for a house valued at $900,000. As I indicated, the increase is $370 a year. I think what you're asking is, well, what would that be then from a mill rate perspective? So I'll ask my team to go away and work further on that.
Thank you very much. I have an amendment to put up, City Clerk. I need a seconder on this motion. Thank you, Councillor Stevens. And appreciate I have separated these two out, understanding that council may be for one and may have not necessarily for the other. But essentially this is to include in the budget the $1.014 million for the YWCA to start completion of the project. And as Ms. Combers-Benson highlighted for us, that is essentially, the YWCA had accessed $4 million or just shy of $4 million in our ISIP funding. And at the time, prior to I think an extra $20 million in expenses, had agreed that they would cover the civic portion of that. That's a trilateral agreement where the city's portion would be about 21%. YWCA originally said that they would cover that. The costs, as you heard from the delegation on Wednesday, have continued to far exceed. They are going to be open soon. And the request coming in now as they continue their fundraising is that the city hold their contribution portion of that, which is 1.014 million. If you haven't had a chance, council, to make an arrangement to go and see what that facility is offering, it's going to be quite incredible. And in addition, All Nations Hope Mobile Crisis, a social enterprise, business, and I'm missing one. Who am I missing? What's the third organization that's in it? Do you remember? There's a third organization in there. Yeah, in any event, it's a bit of a community hub, and it includes a sweat lodge in back that's been designed and will open. So it's diverse, it's doing incredible social good, and showing collaboration amongst community-based organizations, I think, is significant. In terms of point number B, $1 million for the Globe Theatre to support. The ask is actually for $1.98 million, and what that is a 30%, they're asking for whoever's provided money, and again, reminder, the City of Regina provided, this was also an ISIP application, I think this was under the Green Municipal Fund, maybe? Or it was under the ISIP application, so we paid our 21%, which I believe was about 6.6 million. They are going back to all of their donors and asking for a 30% increase to account for their project going from 29 million to 45 million. It is a heritage property, and I had shared some information this morning in terms of as they opened up over the course of however many decades, work hadn't been done structurally to the envelope of the building. So as they opened it up to do the renovation, they had to do a whole bunch extra. And so I'm happy with 1.98, but if you want it to be $1 million, I was trying to kind of match it with YW to support the completion of the project, to see it over the finish line. And some donors are saying they'd like to see the government show up as well. So I'm out of time. Councillor Findura, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. To the motion here, amendment. So we're looking at this, we will be looking at, because I asked yesterday about what we already provided for YWCA with the land, the original building that's here, the land, I think the city is the owner of the land and the building is something else. So we're looking at both of these two, A and B, is going to go to a mill rate. It's going to go to a mill rate. So if I can get the, Mr. Lacey, maybe, I know you did explain clearly yesterday what that means, that it has to go through mill rate. Am I correct? There's nothing else?
No, we can decide on an offset. That's not up to, we can decide, or we can refer it, or we can do whatever. You're right.
I'm asking, so I mean, this probably what, so what's the mill rate on this one? 0.6?
To be closer to 0.8.
0.8? Okay, so I'm saying one, just close to one.
Oh, sorry, if you do both of them, it's closer to 0.75.
So let's just say one. So where are we, after all our debate yesterday and Friday, where are we at for the mill rate so far? Still 2.8, right? We're still on it, haven't moved anywhere yet. Okay, so this will be the first move then. Okay. Okay, I'll, just mill rate. Okay, thank you. I'll leave it at that.
Sorry, thank you, Councillor Findura. Councillor Stevens, please go ahead.
Thank you. I don't think I need to say much more about the why and what it does for the community. It aligns with, I don't know how many goals that we've set as a municipality, services the community. We're getting a huge payback in terms of its community impact by the fact that it's delivering services, and we just need to contribute to the capital. The Globe is worth mentioning that it has a number of community outreach programs, and I understand that that would actually be amplified with its new facility. So it's not just a nice venue for the downtown or for people to go as patrons. but it also has a community impact component, and I think it feeds into some of the different ambition within our own cultural master plan. So I'll be supporting it, and I would encourage others too. It's not just, again, for patrons to go to a beautiful facility in the downtown, but it has programming attached to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Stanachek, please go ahead.
I guess my question is, if we did do this is a one-time cost, and so if we did a mill rate increase, that is ongoing. So you're suggesting that this would just be part of the capital plan, that if we did increase the mill rate, then the capital plan itself would just be better funded? Is that, I'm
It's
just
that, or
assuming that.
I'm open to suggestions for offset. I might close
Okay.
with an offset, but I'm open to
Okay.
suggestions for offsets. It's a little bit of the same argument as we
Yeah.
had, but
Because I'm also wondering, like and this may be a question to administration, is that next year we were told that we'll be getting some kind of a report on, or a plan on how to replenish the general reserve fund. So I am wondering, I mean, I would like to propose that that we have a small increase to the mill rate that would partially fund this, or I'm not sure exactly how it would work, but that then whatever is remaining in the following years would just go to replenish the general fund reserve. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. So I don't know if I should make an amendment to your amendment.
Councillor Stanachek, would you be okay pausing that? We're at a
Okay.
legislative break right now.
Okay, so that's my thought,
All right.
anyway.
All right, folks. Councillor Stanichuk, you were up.
I think that what I'd like to do, because we have not had a chance to personally hear from the Globe Theatre about their request, that part I would like to refer it for, well, January or February, so that we can hear from them first. So if I don't know how to do this, if we just sort of like.
Just move a referral on
On
point B
just
to
Part B.
the executive, yeah, on Part B to Executive Committee in January?
Okay, so that's what I will do, is I'll move that we refer Part B to the first Executive Committee in January.
Councillor Stanichuk requires a seconder. Oh, thank you, Councillor Bresciani. It goes to vote.
No, sorry, I have a point.
Oh,
Point of clarity, point of whatever. Okay, so if it gets referred in January and they're seeking this funding for 2024, what would still be a available source for them for funding for completion in 2024? How would that work?
That's what we can talk about.
yeah, that would come at discussion actually, how about you answer that?
Thank you, Mayor. With respect to your question, Councillor Stadnichuk, if the referral passes, admin would come back to the first executive meeting on January 24th with options and implications, and then that would be determined by council on the 31st of January.
Right, okay, that's fine, thank you.
Thanks. Should you call the vote? Oh, sorry. Holy smokes, okay, there we go.
So we're in a budget discussion right now. We're going to make all these decisions affect everything. We're going to have a money ask immediately after we go through this. We're going to affect everything from reserves to mill rate, and then we're going to make a money decision?
Well, I support your referral motion, so I just want to make sure this is in the mix.
Okay. Okay.
You got a vote ready?
Okay, so we're voting on.
Just voting on referring portion B to the first executive committee in January.
Okay.
Mayor Masters, the referral of Part B of the amendment has passed by a vote of 10-1. Those voting in favor of the referral are Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Nelson, Findura, Stadnichuk, Stevens, LeBlanc, Zakidniak, Mole, and yourself, Mayor Masters. Councillor Mancinelli has voted against.
Sorry, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Stanichuk, still the floor is yours.
Okay, so regarding the request from the YWCA, I do support it because of the incredible services that they provide and how important it will be to the community. And I guess the question I was musing before the break, that maybe we could do a small mill rate increase that might not even cover the $1 million, but that would at least help finance it. But I guess what I'll do is ask the mover, first of all, how she envisioned that this would be funded, because there is the 5-year capital plan. I'm not sure how well funded that is or what it would mean that we're taking something away from it. So I'll ask the mover what she was considering.
I think to offset the 1.014, there was a mill rate request of $2.9 million for real yesterday, and there's $300,000 built into an EDR ask, which is in excess of their current 1.695 million. I think, and this would be up to up to council to accept the risk. I appreciate that administration was looking to de-risk the real budget, but I'm not sure I want to build that de-risk into a mill rate, totality into a mill rate in terms of a set aside. So if we were to reduce real's ask, which I think is 2.9 million, is that right? Was it 3.1? million, what was the ask? 2 point, what was the ask again for, what was the real ask again?
So the supplemental report from a mill rate perspective was 2.9 million,
Okay.
so 1% of a mill
Okay.
rate.
So I think if we reduce the real ask down to 2.2 million, that frees up $700,000, and reduce the EDR ask by $300,000 back to 1,695, which would keep them static year over year. There's $1 million right there. And I think the only thing I would caution council about is that, appreciate that the real budget was de-risked because there was a stadium concert information in there, and as opposed to accepting 50% of held concerts, moving that down to 85%, that there may be an ask mid-year, and we would have to deal with it at that point in time. But in some respects, it would be nice in terms of the differential of this, which I think is $700,000. Well, gosh, I have my own little calculator. I can do it. Yeah, I do. Do you want it? It's okay. No, I've got it. I've got it. It's about 24, it's about 0.24 of a mill rate, that's $700,000. So it's in the 2.82 right now. So that remains the same, but about 2.24 of that mill rate, which would then become built into our mill rate, would free up about $700,000 on that ask. And to your point, that 0.24 could then in future years be used to replenish the general reserve fund. So $700,000 a year going in, and it may not be enough, but at least there could be an allocation of this year it's going into this one-time effect, but it then could be set aside in future years for general reserve fund, although probably a decision of next council. Do you want me to send you that? All right. So, and I don't know what you think about that, Councillor Stanachuk? I'll get it put up here.
Well, I do know that the budget is very tight and that we've been adding, there's a number of requests, and we have added a few things. And we do know that the general reserve fund needs to be replenished. So maybe my question to administration through the mayor would be, had you given very much thought to what that plan would be in terms of, would that be the plan to replenish the general reserve fund? Would it probably include, it would be planned to start in 2025? Was that what the original thoughts of administration were?
So through you, Mayor Masters, so the thinking is that depending on where we were at by the middle of 2024, and as we built the 2025 budget, if there was deemed to be a need to replenish the general fund reserve, which there very well might be, that one of the sources that we would probably look at would be a primary source, is that we would specifically put money aside out of the operating budget into that reserve, and the amount that you'd put aside would have a mill rate impact, so yes.
Okay. And I guess a second question through the mayor to administration would be, I'm not sure where we are now, but it was at 21 million, but I think that through some of our discussions, that general reserve fund is maybe a little bit lower now.
Yeah. So, thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. So the general fund reserve at the end of this year, we anticipate will be around $21 million. And that's if our mid-year forecast holds true. Not mid-year, our third quarter forecast holds true with respect to this year. And then with respect to the motion that was approved yesterday, and if the other items in this budget get approved that impact that reserve, I believe that reserve will be just a little bit north of 15 million then, projected by the end of 2025.
Okay, that does raise some concerns, but so Mayor Masters, I'm not sure if you were planning to do a further motion in terms of the funding that you just outlined? Okay, then I will cede the floor, and I'll wait to see that.
Councillor Skiniak, please go ahead.
Okay, so the proposal is to, I think it was, is it $700,000 to take $700,000 from the real request? Is that accurate?
Yeah, my understanding is at the 1 point mill rate request that adjusted our budget is 2.9, so if we give 2.2, there's a $700,000 cushion there, and yeah. There, and then 300,000, so EDR had asked for their 1695 plus 300, and so if we don't do the plus 300 and they just continue operating as they have in the past,
Sure.
there's the $1 million.
So I guess I'll start with the EDR ask. So do we know if they don't get that $300,000, like what's at risk? I don't know if anyone can answer that.
Councillor Mancinelli, do you know, it was for destination place branding or something, right?
Yeah, it was for an outward branding campaign, trying to take Regina's attributes to the bigger cities, attract people here.
A branding campaign?
Yeah,
Is that what you-
outward facing to
Okay.
other communities, trying to sell our goods.
Okay. And so in relation to, it was touched.
Sorry, please go ahead. I know there was one other thing. There was a couple things that EDR had done historically. I'm not giving a full answer. Please go ahead, Lori.
Thank you. I remember, because I did quiz EDR on this extra, and I remember Mr. Lane saying something with regarding to helping some entrepreneurs. They saw a gap in the system. There was many companies that are doing things, but they wanted to work with some startup businesses, and that's where this 300,000 was going to kind of be molded to, and that's why I had questioned.
Oh, I hope I'm not misremembering. I
Yeah.
think that mid-range entrepreneur program is part of EDR's overall mandate. I think this was kind of sections aside to kind of over and up and amplify their outward presence.
With the
It was the bigger part of the
entrepreneurs?
plan, yeah. I could be wrong,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't have my notes in front of me, but
Yeah.
it was kind of a staged plan,
Something-
and I think this was kind of like the outward amplification of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. In relation to, it was briefly touched on the risk that, okay, so if we take 700,000 from the real request, the risk is that there could be an additional budget request in relation. If that happened, what would be the funding source? Would it have to come from reserves then if it were a mid-year funding request?
In some respects, it would get dealt with at the time, no different than it has been in the past. General fund is one option. As you know, we run mid-year forecasts all the time, and we're at 237,000, I think, mid-year forecast this year, ending up, I think, third quarter was 1.6 million. But oftentimes what happens is management through salary lag and other things. But I don't think it's unreasonable to expect Real to even manage that if they don't earn the revenue, that their expenses are cut at the same time. So the 2.2 wouldn't necessarily be a full $700,000 ask. There may be other offsets that Real can manage themselves. And again, this is just the operating. We're not talking about the deficit, which is in the budget to be handled, so.
Okay. Okay, that is helpful, and I support this amendment, like in totality. I think it's a good amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of council? Go ahead, Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much. I'd like to hear from administration as to, again, the impact on, I know when we heard about the real budget coming back, like what are the thoughts on this motion here? Whoever wants to answer that.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I think, so from an administration perspective, our advice would be, you heard from the Real Board yesterday on the ask and the rationale behind it, and it's your prerogative to agree with it or to not agree with it and go with something different.
Thank you. I guess the question was, do you see any concerns in this that it's going to reduce the operations, but having said that it'll be tighter, obviously, but Real is able to come back once kind of the budget workings happen on the other end. Through the chair.
Through the chair, I think again, that's probably more of a question for Real. I would say based on the MMP report, and also taking into account what Real has confirmed for 2024, the budget that they put forward seemed appropriate, but again, it was also stated yesterday that there's all sorts of competing priorities, and again, council's priority to do what you want with it.
Okay. Okay. So when I first read the motion, I actually, and what I was actually wanting the Y, the Y was fine, the Globe Theater, thank you. The Globe, I was actually thinking it was going to be referred to 2025, not into the 2024 budget. So my thinking was it was going to be referred to 2025. I think the only reason I would say that is because I feel we do have to hear from the Globe. I want to hear, we know we've given them money in the past, but I think we've heard from the Y. They've been working on this project probably for the last 4 years, and actually previous to council. Ms. Coomer Benson has come many times. So I can't support the referral to 2025, like for those funds to come back in January.
The Globe's been referred.
No. Okay, right, okay. Okay, so, okay, all right, okay. The reason I don't like to do that is the fact that in January, we're going to be talking, we're going to have to go back and open up the budget to try and find that, and that's what I really want to get away from. Okay, thank you.
Councillor LeBlanc, please go ahead.
Thank you. I support this. I support the YW. We heard from the Real Board that the budget they proposed is a realistic ask. One of the central considerations they had is to make a one-time request and not have to come back mid-year. And so I would just say, I appreciate doing this, taking some amount of money from their operating budget, but that is on the understanding and the assumption that we may be shortchanging them by $700,000. And so if Real comes back 6 months from now in what are kind of turbulent times when we ought to be steadying the ship and says we need $700,000 more, that's entirely consistent with what they presented to us. And so I guess I'd say I support this, but if Real comes and needs additional money midway through the year, as they indicated to us 2 days ago, I expect also supporting that, and we cross that bridge when we get there. But I think I support this, and it's very important for us to give the board of Real, the interim board, the support they need to stabilize that ship, because it's a tough time at the moment. So I'll vote in favor with that understanding. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Nelson, please. I apologize. I think you were next. I apologize. I didn't see the blink.
That's okay. Just some thoughts here. We talked about the Prince of Wales Drive. That was a big discussion yesterday. Is there any way of taking money out of that instead of, and postponing that? Is there any way of postponing that project? Since Prince of Wales does have a pathway, it was just to asphalt it.
Yeah, procedurally, just give me a second to check.
Okay.
Clerk. Ms. Bryden, based upon the amendments yesterday with regards to, gosh, am I going to get it right? 500,000 for pedestrian connectivity and 195,000 for asphalt recapping that was debated during the amendment. Councillor Stevens, I believe that was your amendment. Prince of Wales, in your understanding, was approved within that amendment?
Through
Yeah,
you,
it's in the, right. But it's in the budget, but it's not approved.
through you, Mayor Masters, my understanding was that it would remain in the budget as it exists right now.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Based on the discussion yesterday that members had, it would be my opinion that it was clear that a proposed amendment to move that was saying we're taking the money out of Prince of Wales. When those amendments failed, with the exception of the 195, which I believe was to come from the general fund reserve, to me, you council members have all but stated we're not taking it out from a reallocation from Prince of Wales. So I would respectfully suggest that council would need to have a motion to reconsider that decision, because you can. It's easily done. If council wants to reconsider and have a debate about pulling it from Prince of Wales, then we would need that motion from Councillor Nelson with a seconder. But my opinion is that you, by default, have approved Prince of Wales, at least to remain in. If you want to take it out, we need a motion for that to come out.
Councillor Nelson, I think you can move a reconsideration motion of that decision yesterday. That is your prerogative.
Okay, I discussed it with some colleagues during the break. They were going to support it, or I'm just having such a problem with this is because, okay, so this is a project that doesn't have to be done. Nobody's gonna die if this doesn't get done. And they're not gonna come back to us in the middle of the year saying we need $700,000 to finish this path. I'm concerned that Real's gonna come back to us, since that was a very flat budget ask of exactly what they needed. And coming back to us and to do this, we'd have to support them coming back. And maybe they don't come back in mid-year, I don't know, but I just feel that that was pretty blatant with Mr. Reid here saying what they needed. So I'm really concerned that mid-year, we're gonna have to give them another $700,000, and we don't know where that's gonna come from. At least if we don't do the pathway, then.
Is there a timer or a motion or something here, or what's going on?
I'm explaining
She can speak. She's got a few minutes, yeah.
So, I guess, Ms. Anderson, I just, to confirm, I guess, say it again. Do you feel that this will be something you guys are gonna have to come back? I know Mr. Reid's not here, but to come back to us mid-year with a $700,000 ask through the chair?
Through the chair, again, I think I would just say reflect on the conversation yesterday. To be frank, I'm finding it very challenging to have these conversations, knowing that there's like allegations about parts being illegal and what, so I'm trying to sit here as city manager and say, I'm not speaking in any way about the real budget.
Sorry, and I apologize for that, and it's just tough to, so. Okay, that's all I have to say.
Any other member of council? Seeing none? Clerks, can you call the vote?
He just left momentarily.
Sorry, Councillor LeBlanc, are you on the line?
I am, thank you.
Can we register your vote?
No.
I don't think he understands what.
Sorry, the amendment as presented is being voted upon. How do you vote?
Pardon me, I was just admitted. I apologize for that. Is that on the amendment that you proposed, Mayor Masters?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Masters, the amendment passes 11-0 with all members voting in favor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lacey, I'd asked this in August of 2022. There was a state of infrastructure report that was submitted to, that was presented to council, which I think was really well received. At the time, I had asked, and I'm curious now if it's been altered, because I think there was an ask for 1 to 2 years. Does it include the city-owned assets like the Cooperator Center, Affinity Plex, ITC, Stadium?
So through you, Mayor Masters, it does not. Or did not.
Sorry, but I had asked, there was going to be further
Oh,
work
sorry.
done on it, so has it been incorporated now?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll refer that to Ms. Bryden about what additional work has been done on that plan.
Thank you. Ms. Bryden?
Through you, Mayor Masters, no, that additional work has not yet been done.
Mr. Lacey, there had been an answer by Councillor Moll yesterday that you had answered, and this is a bit of a philosophical question, just so we're clear. Is there an explanation for why, when we consider the State of Infrastructure report, that presentation and questions asked, the Catalyst report being approved in February 2023, the Stantec report from the with regards to the assets on the exhibition site in 2019. There's a queue from the Central Library renewal report. There was several reports presented on Arena Planning Committee which were talking about price per square foot and a costing for that. Reports, frankly, over the last 4 years. And then knowing during and post-COVID, the stadium financial model is not meeting, or its current assumptions, so it's not possible. Are these addressed anywhere in facility asset management or any of financial document that council could see?
So through you, Mayor Masters, I think the State of the Infrastructure report provides that most comprehensive view by trying to bring all the various assets the city has together into one snapshot. The individual program areas do additional detailed work around that piece. So you've heard me, I think, speak here before about the facility asset management program and work that's been done around that and what would be required over the next, I think it's 20 years to basically bring that up to where we believe it should be using outside experts, about 18 million years. Mr. Doney's talked about the roads and what that number should be. So I think that information, the more comprehensive report is the state of infrastructure, and I think piecemeal with respect to the other program areas, that information has come forward. In various forms. We have talked, for example, at the Audit and Finance Committee, you've made reference to that, about likely we do need to have a conversation here about what would the number be if we tried to make all of the facility asset management plans fully funded in some way, shape, or form. I think that is a worthwhile conversation to have, and as I indicated at the Audit and Finance Committee, I think that's something that we will look at bringing back as part of the next multi-budget year cycle to have that conversation. With respect to REAL, I think I should speak to that a little bit because I think it's worthy of a conversation. So our operating agreement with Real speaks to the fact that those assets on Riel's are their responsibility to basically operate, manage, and maintain. And so historically, and I think this is a historical conversation, not saying it's necessarily been right approach, has been for Riel to basically maintain those assets through its operating budget. And ultimately, at the end of the day, we had this conversation a little bit yesterday, you have to have positive EBITDA earnings to generate enough funds to basically maintain the assets. And so that has been the historical approach with respect to Riel and the expectation that Riel have a plan. And that in part generated pre-COVID the conversations about Riel 2.0, developing the lands there with more commercial development, looking for opportunities to increase the overall positive EBITDA such that things like asset management of those assets could occur. I think we might be in a different place today, COVID obviously being an impact, and whether or not that original direction and vision is fully achievable and accomplishes, I think, what was intended. And so I think that is also a worthwhile conversation for the future about should Riel's assets be brought more holistically into the overall city planning with respect to its asset infrastructure renewal.
Thank you. Just from an accounting perspective, what's the difference between capital improvement and maintenance?
So, so one basically is it becomes a capital project. And so from an accrual-based accounting perspective, I get back to my amortization piece. If you're making an investment that should be capitalized, from an expense perspective, you amortize that, and you basically divide the cost of that investment over the life of that investment. Maintenance is more things like you have a toilet break, and you need to go in and fix the toilet. That's a that's a maintenance cost. And so that just appears on the operating line as not a capital item. It just goes right to expense at the cost of whatever it costs to fix the toilet or whatever the issue is.
Thank you. Does the agreement say maintenance or capital? You referenced the agreement,
I have
it says
not.
maintenance.
I have not looked at that agreement in some time. But so my recollection was it refers to the overall asset management of the assets, and so that would include things like when a roof needs to be replaced, that would be the responsibility of Riel to do that, or to go seek third-party funding to be able to do that as well, whether that's from us or other levels of government. I would need to go back to the agreement to confirm that.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey. I have another amendment to throw up. Councilor Mancinelli has signaled that he would like to refer the budget back, and he'll deal with that, and that's great, which I would support at this particular point in time, but in an effort to calm the waters from both those who seek funding from us or mill rate increases or mill rate assignments. I'm not even sure how we define the already bid. I forget what it's called. And then what we just discussed with regards to economic development and Real. I've separated them out because I appreciate you might want to vote on them separately. I completely appreciate that not everybody would be in approval of all of them. But in principle, I would like these organizations to know, to be signaled today, we don't get through all of this, that we approve their budgets, either their mill rate increase request or their budgets as articulated. I need a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Thanks, Councillor Bresciani as well. Councillor Stanachuk, please go ahead.
I just want to point out that there is a typo in number C that should say community and social impact Regina. Just, yeah, that's okay. Just to...
It's supposed to do collective social impact. Sorry, you're right. I do it all the time. Sorry, I apologize.
Okay.
I don't know what that means.
Councillor Zakidia, please go ahead.
The amounts noted in F and G, are those the updated amounts? Okay.
Yeah, what was just approved in the previous motion.
And then secondly, you know, I'll put my letter opener down. As noted by Councillor Mancinelli, he wants to make a referral motion. If the referral motion is defeated, though, and we approve this, we're still in round one of our round table. So then wouldn't that, for lack of a better term, like stifle the debate that would happen afterwards for round 2. Like, I'm not, like, that's a harsh term, that's not what I'm.
Sorry, I think I added the words in principle.
Right.
To kind of play it both ways. So you can, if a referral motion gets defeated, then round 2, you can ask away about them.
Okay.
And if you want to amend them after the fact, amend them after the fact. Yeah, or he wants to hold his round 2, it's up to him. Yeah.
Sorry, what, does, was,
This doesn't limit debate in a round 2. If a referral motion is defeated, this does not limit debate about any of these topics.
and then if it doesn't pass, then it's just, I think the reason you're doing this is because of if the referral motion passes. That's the, is
Yeah,
that accurate?
I don't want any of these organizations to be left in the dark for 3 weeks or 2 weeks or a week or anything about their operating, their ability to operate past December 31st.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Do you want? Oh, of course.
Here. I was just talking to Councilor Massanelli. So now, we're going to vote on each one of these separately.
We don't have to. I just assumed some folks might.
Yeah, so we'll vote on these, each one individually. If we approve, say, I don't know, the Provincial Capital Commission, Councilor Massanelli's referral motion goes through, that means the referral motion goes through, but it will take out any of the things that we voted in favor of.
Councilor
Am I
Mancinelli?
correct in that?
I would be expecting administration to take what we would pass right here as they were reformulating the budget from a referral motion and incorporate them in the updated budget. I guess if you really wanted to defund the Provincial Capital Commission, there might be a danger there if you kind of wanted to move something like that, or whatever the entity might be, the bid or anyone. But if it's not of any consequence for your plans, it should just be security for the organizations mentioned in this motion.
Yeah, and that's not what I'm saying is once we pass these, they won't be up for discussion in the referral motion.
Councillor,
This morning.
I'm going to have the clerk speak to this.
Please, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. With respect to your question, Councillor Nelson, and I think this also addresses Councillor Zakidniak's question, should Councillor Mancinelli proceed with his referral motion, and I think he's already alluded to it, we would ensure that the wording in there makes it very clear that any amendments that have been passed today will be incorporated and reflected in whatever else administration brings with a proposed new budget in 2024. So if you approve all of these 6 or 7, they would essentially be approved so that these third parties could continue operating without any question about them getting reduced funding or anything.
Even if the referral motion goes back, money isn't going to get taken away from any one of these. That's what I was trying to figure out. Okay, thank you. I'm good now.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Brashian,
Yeah,
please go ahead.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to ask administration, like, say the referral goes back, I want to ask about the community grants that go out to organizations. Many of them need their money by January 1st. I guess the risk of not adding, is there any other ones that you would add in there that you see that would be at risk of not getting the funding if this is deferred? Through the chair.
Is it Mr. Slater that does community grants? Who does community grants? Oh, sorry, Mr. Lacey, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll start through you, and so I think I'll start, Shaylee's going up there, and with respect to the community tax exemption program as well, is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, like there's the community associations, like there's all of those that they rely on that funding.
So I think that's Ms. Mills and Ms. Shaylee. So Ms. Mills, I'll just ask you as well to go up to speak about what the impact might be around that piece. I think your question, Councillor Bresciani, more broadly is if this gets referred back to administration and the budget doesn't come forward for final approval until January, what are the implications? I think you've mentioned a couple. So I will let Ms. Mills and Ms. Shaylee speak to the community associations and our community partners here shortly. I'll just add one other piece, and that is there are a number, I won't say a lot, but capital projects that we would like to go to RFP on in January, that we'd be waiting for approval of the capital plan. And so council may want us to come back later today with what that list is for consideration about whether they're willing to provide advanced approval on those projects so the procurement can proceed. The only other question I would have is just with respect to G, the 2.2 million, I'm assuming that refers to the incremental increase that was requested under the supplemental report.
Yeah, it was just approved in the previous amendment
Right,
as well.
so thank you for that. So Ms. Mills, Ms. Shaley, do you have any comment on whether there's any impact on our communities, community associations?
Thank you. Actually, Councillor Bresciani, I can, in point number 16 of the recommendations, to approve a one-time increase, to approve a one-time increase community nonprofit tax exemption policy financial cap to 1.520662, an increase of 191, have the cap increase. We could approve that today as well, the same as we're doing this. I got 20 seconds. I'm happy to throw it up. Okay. But in terms of community, so I think that answers the tax question, but in terms of Ms. Shaley, the community grant program, I think we had an amendment yesterday in terms of phase 1 funding, so that should roll. But go ahead to speak to it if we need to get technical around it.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So adjudication for our grant program starts in January. Council will know those programs as the social development stream, the culture stream, and the sport and recreation stream. And there's about $5 million in those streams. Historically, when council has not approved budget before the end of the year, they have provided advance approval for these grants. It's helpful for the adjudication committees to know how much money they have in the pot to be able to allocate to groups. If it wasn't approved in advance, we would move forward with adjudication on the assumption that we'd have the same level of funding as previous years.
Okay, thank you for that. So if we're okay to add that, I think that would be great. Is that, Ms. Shaley, through the chair, is that the community associations that include that as well? Because it's the same usually, same thing?
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes, community associations are included. It includes the culture stream, social development stream, sport and recreation, community center operating assistance, the support for the Regina Senior Citizens Center, the budget for events, conventions, and trade shows, and the Winter Initiatives Grant.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, that's great.
Councillor Zakidniak, go ahead.
Just typing away.
The amendment is done. What I was going to say is the current wording of it, I don't think I can support because of what I flagged, where I understand that the intent is not, like if the referral motion doesn't proceed, I understand the intent is not to limit to debate, but I wonder if it may be possible to adjust the wording so that it indicates that this is all in effect if the referral motion, if a referral proceeds, then all of this is true. And if that change could be made, I could for sure support it because I think it's only necessary in that event.
Your answer. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Councillor Zakidniak, as I hopefully explained earlier, it is my understanding that the intent to which Councillor Mancinelli is bringing his referral motion will make it explicit that if anything that has been passed on the floor in the last 3 days by way of amendment will automatically be considered to be approved as part of the 2024 budget. So this funding would go ahead as of January 24th.
Right, so that's not my concern. If,
okay.
I understand that if it passes, I understand that part. What I'm saying is if this motion passes and the referral motion does not, then we have approved. I get it's only in principle, but I think it makes it convoluted then in terms of still having another round of debate. So, and it doesn't matter, I don't need to support it, but I'm just suggesting a wording change to say that should a referral go through, the following would be approved.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. What I would suggest would be the appropriate procedure, Councillor Zakidniak, is if you understand if the referral motion passes, this is considered passed. If the referral motion, if this passes but the referral motion is defeated, then you can, you can seek a reconsideration to revisit this and ensure that it is passed. This is largely contingent on a subsequent referral motion coming.
Right, so, okay, well, without a change of wording, I probably won't support it due to my concerns with, that I've already mentioned, so but that's fine. I don't need to support it.
Thanks. Councillor Mancinelli?
I had my light, I'm sorry, I'm good. I didn't realize I put my light on.
Councillor Moll?
Everything we're talking about here is the operating budget. Why don't we just vote on the operating budget? Just my thoughts.
Sorry? Yeah. Councillor Stevens?
Actually, I wouldn't mind a follow-up to that. So what I'm hearing, Councillor Mancinelli, is the concern is typically over capital, right? Fair. We can vote on that separately, unless the clerk corrects me, versus the operating budget. We still can't conclude the budget, but we could separate that out. I mean, I'm fine with this. So we just need some signal of where you're going here.
I totally understand, but the two are inversely tied. My whole objective here is trying not to whittle down decisions as we go along because they all affect outcomes. The more we've adjusted what we were presented 2 days ago, the less effective this referral might become. And so as soon as it's my turn, because I wanted to respect everyone's democracy and right to speak, I am moving that referral budget. There have been some adjustments since that makes it less effective than it was a day ago, but I still want the entirety because that's the most amount of capital and decisions that administration can have to come back and reformulate. So, you know, I don't get to make the decision alone. I'm explaining my thinking. If you agree with me, you know where I'm going.
Okay, thank you.
Council, I'll just ask, does everyone want to vote separately line item, or can we bulk them up? Bulk them up, bulk them up? Does anyone want to vote separately on a line item? It's okay if you do, I'm just asking. Okay, council, at the request of council, we will vote on A separate from B through, I don't know, H? Sure. So we're going to vote, I'm going to give Deputy A, the library. So voting on, oh, sorry, apologies, Councillor Moll.
I'll just excuse myself for the public library vote. I'll stay here but not vote.
Thank you, Councillor Moll.
Abstain means against.
Oh, abstain means against.
Mayor Masters, with the respect to Amendment A, the vote is 8 in favor, 2 against, with Councillor Moll having recused himself from this vote as per his previously cited conflict of interest. Those voting in favor of this were Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Vendura, Stadnichuk, Stevens, LeBlanc, Mancinelli, and yourself, Mayor Masters. Voting against were Councillors Nelson and Zakidniak.
Thanks very much. Clerks, could you start the vote on the balance?
Mayor Masters, the remaining amendments, parts B through H, have been approved in a vote of 10 to 1. Those voting in favor were Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Nelson, Findura, Stadnichuk, Stevens, LeBlanc, Mancinelli, Moyle, and yourself, Mayor Masters. Voting against was Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you to the clerks. One moment, please. Thanks very much, Council. I'll cede the floor. Councillor Hawkins, technically, I missed you yesterday. So sorry. Is there,
It's okay.
it's,
I had nothing to say.
okay. Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Councillor Mancinelli, you're up.
Oh, finally. Thank you through Mayor Masters. As it's been highlighted through the last couple of days, this budget's really, really hard to follow. It's really hard to understand how the decisions have aligned from past input to what came out today in the capital plan. There's been too many long-term projects taken out and too many things inserted without a lot of input ahead of time to understand where they came from. Without those lineages, you can only imagine what the thoughts were for risk and outcomes and everything else. There's been too much change to follow. There's no presentation of data or evidence to support the asks in some cases for current work or reserve build-up. On how one project's included relates to another project, you can't follow that through. In 2022, we were presented with a state of infrastructure report, but we don't really understand how these values tie together with that state of infrastructure report and how we're having forward momentum on it. When I'm about to move a referral motion, it's because I expect to try to weigh some of the timely current asks of council against the budget that's been crafted and worked on for 5 to 10 years in a 5-year plan. That 11th Avenue example everyone's been talking about, I understood the language of de-risking and reassessing, but I don't see what the risk management is or the thought. I understand the costs went up, and now with how it disappeared and new things went in, it makes me think we're spending up budgets to pass or we're spending up monies to pass a budget at a predetermined mill rate, but not really looking for the outcomes of a decision or the long-term effects on the city. I said I was going to pass this, try to put a referral motion together for this to be reorchestrated, and I wanted to use a list of different criteria and thought for how it's put together. And I know that every budget you guys put together includes these. I'm just going to read them through. You have to consider asset inventory, asset condition and assessment, asset clarification, how critical it is to us, life cycle management, risk management. You know, there's maintenance and work order management. You guys have to use data and technology, performance metrics and measuring what's going on with KPIs, financial planning and budgeting, the biggest part of what brings us together today, compliance with regulations, and of course developing the people who do all this work, because we want long-term employees and we always want to improve as a city. Those are the things that I know you incorporate into budgets. Of those, where I think that we're not really hitting the mark and I can't follow through, is the asset condition and assessment, the clarification and criticality of that asset, what the actual performance metrics and key performance indicators are, and the biggest piece for the stuff coming out of the blue and displacing is the stakeholder engagement. Many of these projects I was familiar with, I knew who needed them, I knew why they were important to the city, they were well defined, they were historical coming forward, and all of a sudden I hear that people want a couple things, but how does that fit with the fabric of our city? we're in hard times right now. We can't just spend out a budget because we didn't meet the metric to make the big projects, so we'll spend it out on little projects. I don't think that's success in the future. When I look at things like facility asset management, I see there's a recommendation to defund it every year. I've worked really hard to both get assessment out of administration as well as funding facility asset management. And we're going to defund it along with the decision to put off police quarter headquarters to incur a lease against a $3 million debt that's going to cost us $1.4 million in lease rates over the time range we're putting this decision off. Like, that's not successful budgeting at all. That's a big cost incurred, and that's also not even including operations. And it was really hard to get enough understanding to weigh that decision through 3 days of debating already. So that's a couple of the examples. If you look at how we've integrated our sustainability initiatives with our facilities asset management, the increased costs we're supposed to be putting forward, going forward, as well as the fact for 20 years we've already not funded facilities asset management well enough, well, what's this deduction really going to do? Are we just going to talk about sustainability? Are we just going to talk about having forward momentum? I'm not willing to do that. I'm not willing to put forward planning that way. And with that, I'd like to move a referral motion for this budget to be brought back using the criteria I just listed off, with special attention put to stakeholder engagement, performance metrics and KPIs, clarification and criticality of asset, and the asset condition assessment. I'm hoping with a plan that comes back with these type of attributes considered, we can have something that we can see the lineage of the previous budgets coming forward for the work we're trying to plan out for our city, and make smart decisions on more current wants. There's wants and there's needs. And I don't think coming out of a pandemic we can consider wants. I think we have to consider needs, and we need to be successful. That's all I have. I move a referral motion.
Referral motion has been made. Seconder? Councillor Hawkins, thank you. Clerks, can you take a vote?
Mayor Masters, the referral motion has passed in a vote of 6-5. Those voting in favor were Councillors Hawkins, Findura, Stevens, Mancinelli, Mole, and yourself, Mayor Masters. Voting against were Councillors Bresciani, Nelson, Stadnichuk, LeBlanc, and Zakitniak.
Council, given it's 6 or 7 minutes away, we've got utility budget next. So let's break now and come back at 12:45 as opposed to 1. We good? I can come back to 12:30 is better. Let's come back at 12:30. Okay, 12:30 it is. See you at 12:30. back, council. We'll now consider report CM 23-33, the 2024 general and utility operating budget. Sorry, the general and utility capital plan. It's already been put on the floor, but Councillor Nelson, you wish to speak?
Yes, please. I want to move a referral motion to bring the reconsideration motion, sorry, back on the floor. I'd like to address some of the concerns that we talked about with roads and the procurements and things like that that have already gone out, and the cost of what will happen if this goes on to January, instead of us dealing with this right now. The money implications, yeah. I need a second, yeah. Sorry.
Need a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Stevens. You got 5 minutes, go ahead.
I'm sure I'm probably going to direct this question to you, Mr. Downey. Can you just tell us briefly, well, or get into some detail, the concerns and the problems that will come from postponing the capital budget to January and discuss it with all the procurements that have gone out and the things that have gone out? And I understand from conversations before in talking with administration, you guys did a bang-on job at getting that stuff out before, so contractors and things like that and people like that know what's going on. So can you just let us know what the implications would be for this referral motion to go through to January and the cost to the taxpayers and to us? Through you, Madam Mayor.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll start and provide some details, and if you want a different perspective, Mr. Lacey will have a perspective also. So we have been working very hard on the procurement and design of projects, capital projects, to get them out early as possible. And so there's a number of projects in the road infrastructure renewal and others that are issued for RFP and have either closed but are pending council approval. So they have not been awarded. We do not award them until council approves, but they have been out to the marketplace or will be out to the marketplace in January. We did this because we heard very clear from contractors and the construction associations that they need to get their information and determine what they're going to do in the coming construction year as soon as possible. So we've got good positive feedback from that, and we're looking forward to move forward if we could get some capital advanced. Also, the team has been, like I mentioned, working to get the procurement out as early as possible, and so that has happened, and we're still progressing with that, but we would not proceed with awarding any capital projects until after January 2024. And I would expect contractors would fill their work for 2024 over the next month or month and a half, because there's lots of work in the Regina area.
So the procurements that you've sent out, and then is there a 90-day, and what happens if that 90 days goes over?
Through you, Mayor Masters, in general, there probably is a 90-day period or pending council approval. So if that passes, then I would suggest that the procurement is null and void and it does not move forward.
And the chance of the rebidding would be a higher cost too? Am I correct in understanding that?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So what we've learned over the years is that the longer we delay construction projects, the bidding of it, the prices does escalate because contractors get busy and they're not looking for work as much as they are in November, December, January compared to February, March, April.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm good. I think we've heard from administration the implications of not going through this right away, so I'm good with.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Mr. Doney, can you tell me which projects are out on procurement right now?
Through the Mayor, I have a list of capital projects that are either out or will be out before the end of January. I can just run through the list.
Sorry, just give me the ones that are out to start.
Okay. I will start and then ask the team to help. So residential road renewal program and street infrastructure renewal program are two key ones. I'll confirm this, but the convention, I'll just ask Mr. Warren to provide a bit more, sorry.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Masters. So correct, the residential road program packages, the street infrastructure program packages, and then the asphalt plant upgrade, so the drum replacement is also currently on the market.
And which ones have closed?
You've
got bids in already.
So I believe we've got different packages in each one of those that have all closed and, but however not awarded. Some still on the open market.
So in terms of the residential and street, what's the dollar value of the residential package that have gone out?
Okay, I'll have to get back to you on that one. I'll have to pull up all the packages and just double check the values of those.
And the same on the street?
Yep.
I was going to say, through you, Mayor Masters, the total amounts are about 12 million and 18 million, but we'll need to confirm exactly how much has already gone out.
And do we contract out all of that work?
Through you, Mayor Masters, so the packages that are out, the majority of it is contracted out, yes.
And so what I see is for street infrastructure renewal major and street infrastructure renewal residential, there's an ask of $6 million. And what's the other category?
Residential road renewal program.
10.5 million?
Through you, Mayor, just let me flip to that.
Yeah, no, sorry, Mr. Donny, I do have it open, so if what you're asking for is what's in the budget, then there is some contribution from the CCVF, formerly the gas tax. And so we have 16.5 million out for contract on residential and street.
Through you, Mayor Masters, we'll confirm how much is out for contract right now and how much will be out before the end of January. The intent is to get them out before the end of January.
Okay, so Mr. Donny, I'm familiar with the procurement work that has been done. Do you want to go into that a bit more?
Sure. I'll start, and then I might ask Mr. Lacey to provide a bit more details. But what we have done is tried to get all of our procurement, our renewal work primarily, into the queue by September 15th. We had an internal deadline to get that to our procurement team so that then we could strategize which projects would go out for procurement at which time between September 15th and the end of the year. This is the first year that we've done this based on some work and learnings that we have, and so we're finding success and getting good feedback from the construction industry and from residents that they have a sense of what roads might be done in 2024, even though we're still in 2023.
Sorry, Mr. Lacey, go ahead.
Sorry, through you, Mayor Masters, I don't think I have much more to add. There's been a concerted effort recognizing that we have perhaps missed out by going to the market late to get good pricing. The earlier in the market, the more flexibility and workers that contract firms have available. And as you get into the market later, you pay premium because they basically used their base labor force up and anything else is gravy for them. So this is just an attempt overall to make our procurement practices more efficient and to take advantage of being into the marketplace early. Nothing further to add.
In terms of the ask, I believe, Mr. Warren, you managed by September 15th to get 61 of your projects or programs submitted for procurement. Is that right?
Through you, Mayor Masters, that is correct.
And the industry consultation in terms of when you went to them before the procurement projects were issued, how did that go?
So we typically do industry engagement every year, and this most recent, and we've heard this feedback in the past, and so this most recent year, earlier in the spring, I believe it was, we met with the industry, and they signaled that getting these contracts out, after the construction season, but significantly in advance of the following construction season, really helps them secure good pricing on the materials, their employment, gain some certainty as to what type of work they're going to be completing in the following year, and also help us, put us in a better position to compete with the big projects that the province usually puts out as well.
Thank you, Mr. Warren. So, Council, I'm happy to share that the project they were talking about as it relates to procurement was a program that was offered through the Bloomberg Harvard City Leadership Initiative. And so a team from the city of Regina actually got to go down to Harvard, and then over the course of 4 months, there was a problem identified, and there's 20 cities, I believe, selected, and as mayor, we're invited because of my participation in that program, and then I'm just the executive sponsor, and then administration goes away and executes. And then I get the tail end of the follow-up with Bloomberg in one last meeting. And in that meeting of the 20 cities, they observed in terms of the presentation, and so I think it was quite stressful in some respects. But they were anticipated 100 projects that were going to go to procurement, and administration was able to come up with 61 out of 100 potential, and there may even be a little bit more because there was, just in the way that some of them were submitted, there were multiple projects on one. And so when the question was asked, how many would you have had by September 15th had you not gone through this process? I'm not sure the answer would have been one, maybe not, hey? And so really, in some respects, a resounding success, but it was an example of some serious change in terms of tackling a problem. However, at the end of it, when Bloomberg was on the line, I did say that prior to anything going out to industry, that industry would be sat down with. The consulting that you did with the groups in April, that you would have a sit down before the release of the RFPs, just to ensure that if there was any massaging or any kind of indications from industry, that they might have direction of release these first, release these second. And so that was my question, Mr. Warren. I was wondering, and just for the record, Bloomberg said 20 out of 20 cities said the exact same thing, which is industry consultation is wonderful up front, but before RFPs go out, sometimes that consultation would really help in terms of how they get released and the size and all that. So that was my question. Mr. Doney, did you meet?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'm not aware. I'll ask if anyone else is aware of meeting at the end of the process. Mr. Lacey might have a comment.
So through you, Mayor Masters, I'll ask Ms. Krulak, procurement's in her area. I'll ask Ms. Krulak. I do know conversations happened, I just don't know.
You remember this conversation, right, Ms. Krulak?
Yes. So through the chair, we had a meeting with twofold around the city's reform on procurement with the Indigenous Procurement Advisory Committee. And for the second half of that meeting, we brought in the construction associations and other associations to have a discussion and bring them up to speed on the RFPs that were kind of in the queue and discuss our process changes. So it was well received through that.
Sorry, when did that meeting take place?
My days are blurring together, so.
Yours too, huh?
I apologize.
No apologies.
So it looks like it was November 27th we held that meeting.
Fantastic. Mr. Warren, I apologize. Apparently you weren't invited to that meeting. And so if to be perfectly clear then, you're looking for 6 million on street, 10.5 on roads, and 875,000 for asphalt plant, where a part, I believe, was ordered? Mr. Doney, have I got that right?
Through you, Mayor Masters, so we have a list that we put together over lunchtime that talks about all the projects that we think would be best to have advance approval to enter into the procurement. So the residential road program is $12,042,000. The street infrastructure renewal program is $18,188,000, and then there's a few other projects on the list also.
What's the value of the list?
The value of the list is $57,820.
One more time?
$57,820.
So your ask actually isn't just for what's ready to go out, but what you intend to send out?
That is correct. So another large one is our conventional transit fleet replacement. That is don't quote me, but a 500-ish day build, and so we are looking to have that issued ASAP.
What's in the list that you think council might have issue with?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I think it'd be best to put it on the screen and get that feedback from council.
Oh, now I like it. There you go.
Have you,
I think Amber will receive an email from Trevor probably.
Mr. Joney, while we're waiting, you had made a mention yesterday, you made a statement that you had the list of roads and streets that were to be repaired this year. Where is that list?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Masters, so as part of our residential road report that came to council late November, early December, there's a list of residential roads there that are planned to be either rehab, rebuilt, or resurfaced.
Yeah, I don't think I was there, so thank you for that.
so through you, Mayor Masters, I believe we just sent that list to the deputy clerk. Just confirmation whether she's received it.
She's just tapping send receive right now. How many of these projects have procurement plans out or ready?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I think the most accurate way to get that would be to get it from the procurement team directly, but I don't know if they have that at their fingertips. I'll ask Ms. Kurlik if she could estimate which ones are out.
So I guess my question is, on this, in principle, I don't have a problem, I'd love to promote procurement going out earlier, but the actual numbers in the budget for street infrastructure renewal, unless you can point me somewhere else, are approximately, I think that's 12.2 million, isn't it? You seem to have included the Canadian Community Building Fund, CCBF tax fund contributions in there as well.
That's through you, Mayor Masters. So in order for us to spend the money, whether it's coming from any funding source, we need council to approve it. So we've included the total amount.
So what happens to the extra, how much extra is that, $6 million? Once you get it back?
Through you, Mayor Masters, could you just clarify what you're referring to?
Well, the actual cash outlay appears to be $12 million because you'll get 6 from gas tax, correct?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'm seeing street infrastructure renewal, major roads 75%, gas tax of 9.1 million. And then the next one is residential roads, gas tax of 3.047 million.
So 12.2 million, right?
Yep.
So it's $6 million from current contributions and $12 million. So you just need us to approve it. You're not, because you got the funding source somewhere else. I got Barry Lacey nodding at me. Yeah, okay. And Vision Zero ask is for?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll get Mr. Warren to provide a bit of an overview of what Vision Zero ask is for this 2024 ask.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the Vision Zero allotment for 2024 is funded by the automated speed enforcement for $600,000, and it is to implement some traffic safety initiatives, and the funding would be used for the procurement of traffic safety devices.
Okay, and I just have one last question. You said 50,475,000 is what you need?
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes, I did state 57, but the list is changing quickly over lunch hour.
Okay, just checking. So 50,475,000. Okay, thank you. This is a two-parter. Vote on reconsideration to approve the reconsideration. Thank you. So it's a reconsideration of the deferral of $50.475 million in capital. Yeah, hang on a second. It's not the whole budget.
Sure. Mayor Masters, it's my understanding that you'll recall just before lunch that there was a motion passed in a 6-5 vote to refer this to the operating and capital budgets to the January 31st, 2024 meeting. This reconsideration motion essentially has to be done in two parts. First, council has to vote. Do you actually wish to have a vote to reconsider? I realize it's procedurally awkward. We need two votes. If this passes, it will be followed immediately by another vote to confirm that you do not want to refer this to the general operating budget, and there is no debate. If this fails, the referral motion that was passed prior to lunch stands.
Okay, but is it not just possible to reconsider 50.475 million out of capital?
Well, with respect to all members, if this is the motion that Councillor Nelson and
Okay,
Stevens have
got
put, if they would consider it friendly, you could do it that way.
Okay. No, I think Councillor Nelson is a no, right? Okay, go ahead.
No, it's okay. Nothing.
Who? Councillor Moll?
Mayor Masters, the decision or the motion to reconsider this has passed in a vote of 8-3. Those members in favor being Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Nelson, Stadnichuk, Stevens, LeBlanc, Sikiniak, and Moll. Voting against were Councillors Findura, Mancinelli, and Masters. And now we proceed immediately to the final vote on this.
Thank you. Clerks, go ahead and start the vote.
Just clarify, this is to.
Oh, hang on, cancel that. You gotta cancel that.
There's some questions, Mayor.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Your mic's on.
Sure. This is the second part of the motion. First part of a reconsideration motion is simply, do you want to discuss it? And you have said yes. Now is the implication part. If you vote yes, then the previously approved referral motion is disregarded and we are back to where we started. If this passes, if this fails, I'm sorry, I'm getting confused. Sorry. Yes, we're voting on the referral. If you wish to kill the referral, we're reconsidering this. This is getting, I'm sorry, this is getting very twisted. If you vote yes, then the referral motion that was previously approved is defeated.
Sorry, hang on a second. No, that's not how this reads.
We're just voting on the referral, so.
Take the reconsider down. Take the reconsider down.
Yeah, okay, so you're voting to defeat the earlier referral motion.
So you,
We just,
No.
my only question from a point of procedure is that if we agree to refer it back again, we could still actually come back and revisit the capital 50.475, correct? Yes?
this is the general operating and capital. With respect, council has combined the general and operating capital budgets as one. So I do not see how, we can't start picking it apart now. That's why I said, if Councillor Nelson, if her motion had said, refer it, except that 50.4 million, we would have another discussion. I'm sorry this is very complicated, but these motions are starting to eat at each other.
So if you defeat this, you can put something on the floor that says, refer it accepting 50.475 million.
That's right.
Okay.
This is in its entirety. If you want to carve out a referral, but allow Mr. Doney to proceed with 50.4, defeat this and move a separate motion. And I apologize.
You're voting on the referral, council. Thank you.
I don't understand what, if someone votes yes, what are they voting for?
They're voting to refer the general and operating budget to January.
So yes says refer the budget, no says I don't want the budget referred.
We want to come on back, yeah.
Okay, yes to refer, no not to, got it.
Clerks, call the vote.
Mayor Masters, the motion has been defeated in a vote of 7 against, 4 in favor. Those voting in favor of retaining the referral were Councillors Hawkins, Findura, Mancinelli, and yourself, Mayor Masters. Those voting to eliminate the referral were Councillors Bresciani, Nelson, Stadnichuk, Stevens, LeBlanc, Sakidniak, and Mole.
Excellent. The only two councillors in the first round that have any time left are Councillor Mancinelli.
Okay, well, I guess I'll do this the weird way then. If I wanted to move 11th Avenue ahead, what projects would you guys suggest would go to the wayside to make room for that, to move ahead as originally planned, incorporating the creeping costs?
Through you, Mayor Masters, we would not recommend moving funding forward to 2024 as we're not ready for construction and the RFP process as we just talked about. So that 11th Avenue project is not on that pre-approval capital list. So if you were to choose to do that, it would be money that's not spent in 2024.
trying to understand how it's not on the pre-approval list, and just to correct my own thinking. Sitting here and coming through the last 7 years, seems to me downtown was a big focus. 11th Avenue was a huge amount of engagement with the whole community in that downtown. It came to the point where we had money set aside and engaged in the construction. The undergrounds in the first stage have already been done by our service partners, SaskTel, Sask Energy, the Crowns, as mentioned. And when the RFP came back, it was more than anticipated. So instead of setting that money aside in the current budget, we abandoned the project, used placeholders in place, and have a plan to go forward, not knowing actually if we're de-risking or inducing more risk by inflationary measures and putting the whole project at jeopardy. Am I misunderstanding that?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I will attempt to answer that. And so what I'm looking at, and I know you guys do not have it, is a map that shows the planned work in the downtown from 2024 to 2027 with Sask Power and Sask Energy and our city. So it's very strategic how it's been laid out to try to ensure that the underground utilities, the external utilities can be done, and then we can come in and do our work. We originally thought that we could work in the same area as external utilities. We found out that that was not reasonable based on the marketplace coming back and having what we would say is a lot of risk in their prices. So we have now separated that to allow the external utilities to advance first, and we will come in the following year. So in this case, 2024, Sask Power will be advancing, and we'll come in 2025 and 2026 to do our underground utilities and the road work and the above ground work.
Okay. Were the Crowns already in the ground in 2023? And was that the first stage that we were supposed to step in off of?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'm going to, I believe the original plan, yes, was that 2023 we would work together, and so Sask Power advanced, and that was the work that happened this summer, and then now they're going to continue to advance their work in 2024, and then we'll come in 2025 to do our work. If you would like more detail, Mr. Warren is there if I've got anything wrong.
No. I can see already how this will go. So I'm going to move another referral motion with the portion that was just described as necessary for RFPs to go forward. And for this type of conversation and insights from engagement from the community, pre-planned projects, necessity for community vibrancy and success, as opposed to placeholders for projects to hold budgetary funds be brought forward.
Council, just to recess for 5 minutes. Clerks need a minute. 5. There we are. Okay, there you are. Okay, we're back. So referral motion is on the floor. You pop it up. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. The point of order request is I would like legal advice related to this and would ask that, I can explain more what advice I'm looking for, but would ask that we go in private to consult with the city solicitor.
Councillor LeBlanc needs a seconder. To go in camera, yeah. Councillor Brashian, yeah. Anyone opposed? Okay. We're going to recess, so city solicitor, you can join us. Welcome back. I just want to say that in camera, council received confidential legal advice regarding potential implications, if any, around the motion, concerning the motion that is before us. No decisions were made. Clerks, we have a referral motion on the floor. Thank you. I was going to say, do we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Clerks, could you take the vote?
Mayor Masters, the referral motion has been defeated. 5 voting in favor, 6 voting against the referral. Those voting in favor of the referral were Councillors Hawkins, Findura, Mancinelli, Mole, and yourself, Mayor Masters. Voting against the referral were Councillors Bresciani, Nelson, Stadnichuk, Stevens, LeBlanc, and Zakidniak.
Excellent. Councillor Mancinelli, I think you still have time on a clock.
You know what, I still get a second round. I was really trying to move forward towards the referral and putting my goals on trying to get it to suss out that way. Maybe I'll just take, I'm going to leave it there. I'll come back in my second round.
All right, sounds good. Councillor Zakidniak, you're up.
Okay. Well, I'm going to do everyone a favor and greatly reduce the amount of questions that I was going to ask in the second round, but I do still have a couple. Okay. I guess my first question is for specifically Ms. Anderson. We've been talking a lot about potential improvements to the budgeting process. We heard from some folks on council. We heard from Mr. Lacey. I was wondering if Ms. Anderson, as city manager, has some additional thoughts on how to improve the budget process moving forward.
Okay. Through you, Mayor Masters, I think that administration has taken the point that, frankly, the budget book and the report needs to be much clearer. I would also say that other municipalities generally spend more than 3 days on a budget. And I would also say that to try and prevent kind of the first come, first serve, trying to get everything at the front and not seeing things in totality, which I think is also part of the validity of the deferral motion, is that in some municipalities you have administration come, you do all your questions for operating them for capital, you do all of that, and then you put your amendments on the table all at the same time, and then they're basically randomized, and then council goes through all of them at the same time so that you see everything that you're going to vote on, so that it's not a lot of surprises. I can't really speak to any improvements on the accounting side, so I would say that from just process and how we do it, there might be some benefit in having council see all of the motions kind of at the end of the questions and then voting on them.
And so your input on potential changes to the budget process, when administration brings forward a report about the multi-year budget and recommendations for the future, we can expect to potentially see some of that in there. Would that be a appropriate place for that?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Now, I'm looking at page 40 of the budget book, the new budget book for this year. And I want to ask a question based on resident feedback that I've heard and continue to hear. So, on page 40, we see future capital projects not included in the current 5-year capital plans. There's a list of 6 projects. The majority of those projects are ones that were included in through the Catalyst projects, through the Catalyst Committee. So what I've heard is concern from residents that the process, the entire Catalyst Committee process, was a waste of time and resources. Considering that we see a lot of these projects not included in the 5-year capital plan, can administration respond to that concern, please? I want to know what I should be saying to these residents.
So thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. So as I had mentioned in earlier remarks, yes, these projects are not in the current 5-year capital plan. In large part, for them to proceed, we need to, not that they're not priority, but we need to continue to work to find other funding sources and to determine exactly how those projects would be funded. So just because they're not in the 5-year capital plan doesn't mean that as we hopefully identify other funding sources and then the total funding source for those projects, that they can't come forward in future annual budgets. And there's also the ability for council, for administration in year to bring forward, which we have done from time to time, a report outside of the budget process that speaks specifically to approving a specific capital project and identifying those funding sources. And essentially what they do is then they become an in-year addition to the overall budget. So just because they don't appear in the 5-year capital plan doesn't necessarily mean they're not going to happen within the next 5 years. Work continues on them. Work continues in discussions with other levels of government about potential funding for them. If that is secured, that can come forward at any point in time in the year seeking council approval for those projects and identifying how they're going to be funded.
Okay. I'm looking at Appendix B, the detailed 5-year capital plan. And what I see on starting on page 7, also on page 8, it talks about the various bins that we have. And we have $220,000 budgeted each year for purchasing new and replacing damaged carts. So I understand it's for both. My question is, how can, or what is the city doing? I don't know how much of that is for damaged bins, but how can we, will the city be doing to bring down the costs associated with damaged bins? I don't know if you have a figure for that, but what can we do to continue to reduce those costs?
Mr. Doney.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So yes, as mentioned, that money is to replace damaged carts when they come to us or when residents call. So one thing that we are doing is working with residents to encourage them to pull those carts back onto their property. So when carts are left out into the alley, they're more susceptible to being damaged, whether they're hit by a vehicle or vandalized. And so we encourage residents through communications and other means to pull those carts back into their property to keep them safe and tidy until you need them next time.
Okay. It's noted in the budget that, so my understanding is like the widening of Arcola Avenue, that's not happening in the near future. There are some intersection improvements planned for 2024 for $1 million in relation to Arcola Avenue. So I was just wanting to know, like, what is that? That seems to be something totally different, and so what is planned for that? I have a page number if you need it.
It's Ms. Bratton.
It's page 12 of Appendix A.
Yeah. Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll refer that to Ms. Sagan. Karen. Okay, please.
Through the mayor, so you recall last year we brought back a report on the Arcola study, which looked at the transportation network in the east end of the city. And that report came back with short-term, long-term, or short-term, medium-term, and long-term recommendations. The short-term recommendations included making improvements to some of the key intersections along Arcola Avenue, whereas the extension of Prince of Wales and Westana Parkway was a medium-term, and the widening of Arcola and the Arcola interchange was a long-term recommendation in that report.
So what are the short-term improvements that are going to be occurring in 2024?
Through you, the mayor, they are, we're currently doing that work with a consultant to identify specifically what improvements, but they could include things like additional turning lanes, changes in signals, different things like that, that would improve both the movement of vehicles through the intersection as well as pedestrian safety through the intersection.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so page 24 mentions the Recreation and Cultural Capital Plan, and it mentions that some playground or spray pad hubs have been removed from the plan in the explanation of changes section. Due to significant investments, some hubs have been removed from the plan. I was wanting to know what's been removed from the plan.
Ms. Shaley.
Through you, Mayor Masters, previously in the 10-year recreation culture capital program, we had placeholders for some additional spray pad playground hubs. We didn't have specific sites selected for those, but when we look at the plan every year, we always need to make some adjustments as costs change. And so we made some adjustments this year. And to balance the plan, we chose to remove those elements. We've made some really significant progress in recent years, adding spray pad playground hubs. Just recently at the former Region Par 3, which is Mamawimi Way, Tamawin Park, and Wascana Pool as well.
Okay, so sorry, you just, like, you don't, in terms of removed, you're saying that some of the money that would have been spent on that is no longer spent, but it's not that specific projects were identified and will not be going ahead?
That's correct. There had previously been some placeholders in the plan for additional spray pad playground hubs.
Okay, I have some more questions, probably for you, Ms. Shaley. Same section. It talks about dog parks being removed from the plan. So I'm wondering, I guess, like, kind of which one specifically. I'm wondering if that means A.E. Wilson is being removed from the plan.
Through you, Mayor Masters, for the same reasons that we had to rebalance the budget, we had previously had some placeholders for neighborhood level dog parks. We still have funding in a capital account, carry forward account. We have 2 additional dog parks that we have funding to build. One is A.E. Wilson, so that remains in place. The second is a dog park in the east, and we're currently looking for land for that.
Okay. And then it also mentions about pickleball courts, but then I saw separately that there was $350,000 allocated for pickleball. So is this noting that it's less of an investment of like, I'm just, the 2 contradictory messages, and I'm just wondering which one's right? That we're going ahead or not going ahead or reduce the expenditure?
Through you, Mayor Masters, the amount of funding for pickleball has not changed. We had to move it back a couple of years, again, to balance the bottom line in the budget. This past year, we built 12 new pickleball courts at Douglas Park. We do have some additional funding in the 10-year plan, and we're currently engaging the pickleball community to determine whether we should be investing in additional outdoor spaces or indoor spaces. There's also some funding in a tennis court, pickleball budget within the general program, not within the Recreation Culture Capital Program. And that's just for our facilities department to undertake their regular capital maintenance on the courts that exist throughout the city.
Okay, I just found contradictory information, so I just wanted to know which one was right, so that's fine. And then I believe my last question, it also mentions in the explanation of changes that funding for partnerships has been removed from the plan, and I just wanted an explanation about what that means.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So previously, we had a placeholder for partnerships, and again, to balance the bottom line, we had to remove that from the plan. Some of the kinds of changes, to be a little more specific, that we had to make that increased costs in the plan included costs related to inflation, some additional costs for ESF type initiatives. We had done an audit of our ball diamonds that council had asked us to do when you were considering the Catalyst Committee report, so we added a line for that to the budget. So those are some of the reasons why we had to make these adjustments to the plan.
When you say funding for partnerships, can you just clarify, is that meaning if let's say a community association approaches the city and says, we have X amount of money and we want to partner with the city to move something ahead, we had money earmarked for that is no longer earmarked in 2024. Is that accurate?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So previously we had a placeholder. I think the amount of money in most years was around $200,000 or $300,000. That was intended to be for bigger capital type partnerships. We still have the ability without that to partner with community associations on smaller projects through our grant program, but we no longer have the amount of funding for just any kind of partnership that might come forward. If we had a viable partnership, we'd have to bring it to council through a separate report.
And this is specifically, these impacts are specifically, just to be clear, for 2024. Is that accurate?
The changes that we've made follow through for the full 10 years of the Recreation Culture Capital Program. And so you'll see every year when we bring this to council, we make adjustments based on direction we received from council throughout the year, as well as new information that we see. So we did eliminate that partnership line throughout the 10 years of the program. And we'll take a look at it again in a year. We will do that every year.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Skiniak. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'll start with a few pieces here. First one would be with the parking meter replacement program. I think last couple of years I've asked if we could go into a box on a block instead of continue with the parking meters. I know other cities have that. I know that we always having issue. I mean, we're spending quite a bit of money replacing the aging ones. So my question is, are we preparing, or are we prepared to switch to say this is probably makes more sense? More things on that where the citizens park. Sometimes they park too far over, too far back. They get in tickets. There's a little more work on that than just having one on the block. So the question is, are we moving forward? Is there a budget to move forward to have a one box on the block?
Mr. Duval.
Thank you for the question. Through you, Mayor Masters. The pay station conversion actually is funded. There's $200,000 that was previously approved for a pay station conversion. We are looking at implementing pay stations around Victoria Park in 2024. It wouldn't be one pay station per block, it would be two. And so the areas that would receive those pay stations would be Scar Street, Lorne, as well as Victoria Avenue. And so we're going through the process of putting that into place here for 2024. There's a little more work to do on it, but that is the intention, yes.
Okay, just to follow up on that, through you, Mayor, having two pay stations don't interfere with how much of a, it doesn't interfere with having less parking spot. They are just to the side, right?
That's correct. The number of parking spots, through you, Mayor Masters, the number of parking spaces doesn't change. It's just the way that the cost is administered through the pay station. The reason there's two on the block is they would be located in from the corners a certain distance, just so that when you park your vehicle, you're not having to walk possibly a full half block or a block just to pay for your parking, depending on which direction you're going in.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So that's it for that one. Page 15. I just want to make sure I've got my stuff down on the meters. 15. Okay, that's good on that one. So I'll continue with, I'm going to go to EV chargers and transit fleet replacement. If I could ask the question, we discussed that a year or two ago, or last year, where the budget was passed to work on getting the EV chargers ahead of getting the electric buses coming in. Can I get a update of where we are at that? So first of all, where are we with the EV charging station facility? Because that would be just at the on Winnipeg Street.
Through you, Mayor Masters, so the EV charging infrastructure is currently being designed, and it is intended to be installed definitely before the electric buses arrive. I think seeing 2025 is the intended installation right now.
Okay. So the next question would be on transit fleet replacement. We're talking about just replacing the aging or the buses that are past their lifespan, whatever. So we are not adding any more new ones. I mean, we're buying new, but we're not adding to a fleet. Like if we have 150 of them, we're not adding 5 to have 155.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll get Mr. Bells to give some detail on that.
Thank you. Through the Mayor, what you see on page 7 of the capital is, yes, transit fleet replacement. As our fleet becomes eligible for replacement after 17 or 18 years, we are replacing them. What you see here is we are replacing those diesel buses with electric buses. So that's what you see. So it's happening. We are not adding additional buses to the fleet. We are replacing them with electric vehicles. So there'll be 7 that are ordered in 2024.
Okay, through Mayor, just to, yeah. So we're going into the little more efficiency of taking out all the things that we need to be more efficient on what we do. Okay, thank you for that. I'll continue with, we have a civic fleet replacement. Question is, we are replacing again, same idea, where a truck or a car, it's past its lifespan. You can only do so many engine repairs, and Councilor Lee will know that. Are you adding, again, it's just, you're not adding any more numbers of vehicles to it, you're just replacing what, one for one, what you have, sending them back? Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Masters, that is correct.
Okay, so my next question to that would be is, in the efficiency review, there were some things found where we found some fuel savings, and we found some tripling on our staff instead of one going somewhere in a truck. So in that aspect, if we're taking 3 individuals and go in one truck to do a job, so there's those 3 vehicles, what are we doing with that? So my question is, just to kind of summarize it, is we're looking for efficiency, we're finding on fuel, and then we're finding on efficiency on the jobs that we do. We're not sending 3 trucks into the area, we're sending 1 with three people. Is that something like that's happening?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So yes, in general, that is work that's ongoing. We refer to it as the fleet ratcheting for the actual efficiency review, where we reduce the fleet. But we're also looking to make sure that we're utilizing the fleet as much as possible. I will just put the caveat, of course, during COVID, we did not have people riding together, so historically that was something that happened in 2020 and 2021, but now we're obviously making sure staff, if they're going to the same location and don't need the vehicle for to leave that location, then they would travel together.
Okay. All right, I'll stay with the fleet. So paratransit fleet replacement as well. Again, just replacing the vehicles that are reaching their end of their life. I know in a few years, we've been asking about adding more into paratransit. I know it's not in the budget here. So have we looked at where we are at on that service? Where we always could use more, but where are we with that?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll ask Mr. Bells just to provide an overview of the paratransit service and successes and maybe some shortcomings.
Thank you, through the mayor. So again, that you see on page 7 of the capital chart here, these are exactly for replacement units as our paratransit fleet again gets to the end of life. We replace them. We are not adding vehicles here. The last time we added a vehicle was in, I believe, 2011. It was very well needed, and the service hours are meeting our needs at 2.5 to 3 people per service hour. So again, there is no new capital for paratransit. We're sitting at 35 units, and they're used to full capacity right now.
Okay, through Mayor. So the answer was that we are good where we are at. We are keeping up to what service we need to provide, and when we're okay with that, there's no ask any other. Maybe next year or year after that, but from hearing that. Thank you very much for that. Mayor, I got one more here, I think. This one's been bothering me for a while. It's golf course. How does a soccer player plays golf? Doesn't work that good. But the reason I'm having trouble with that is that we have a management company out, third party, wherever out there, that is managing the golf courses. Yet we're paying for this stuff. I know that I see a little bit of a disconnect there. We're paying quite a bit of money, paying a third party, but yet we do the maintenance of the vehicles. I think we do the maintenance of the greens. We do all that stuff. So don't we have enough? Again, maybe way better to put it. Why would we go out? And the reason I'm saying that is that do you recall there was an ask for an extra cart for like Lakeview. Seniors wanted something to help them move around, and it was denied by this management company. Can the city get involved as a administration to override their decision, or we have a signature, and once they sign that, they have a 5-year contract, and they go at it? Mayor?
Ms. Bryden. Ms. Bryden.
Through you, Mayor Masters, so we do have Western Golf Management managing our golf course contracts. In terms of details as to what is with or not within those contracts, I'll refer that to Ms. Shaley.
Ms. Shaley, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So in terms of the arrangement, the city is responsible for the kind of work that cities usually undertake, so maintaining the turf, for example, looking after the trees and that sort of thing. And then Western Golf Management provides services that are really outside of the kinds of core services that municipalities typically provide. So food and beverage, pro shop services, the retail services, lessons, and that sort of thing. So that's basically our arrangement. The city does retain all of the revenue generated through green fees, and then we get a portion of the revenue from golf cart and driving range sales or bookings. So regarding the cart, I'm not aware of the specifics around that, but I'm happy to follow up on that specific situation regarding the golf cart.
Okay, yeah, we can take that offline and do that. That was just summarizing what the issues were with third party managing. But it's clear that we do get some funds from that, and we pay, so it relieves it. Okay, I think my second round and my last round, so.
Councillor Fundera, I think you may be done.
I just left a couple of minutes, so I'm done.
No, you're done.
You're done? Oh, I spin it down. Thank you.
You do. You have good preamble, though.
Thank you.
Councillor Stanachek, please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, and through you, Mayor Masters. One question about the plans for Massey Pool. It's in the 10-year Recreation Cultural Capital Plan, page 25. So the it shows 2.265 million for 2028, and then a few more years for design and construction. Was the original plan to have that project start a little earlier? And if so, why the delay? Just question. And I could be wrong that it wasn't earlier.
So I'll refer that to Ms. Shaley and Mr. Hanson. I think we'll have Mr. Hanson start.
Okay.
Through you, Mayor Masters, so the timing, again, I referred earlier to the fact that we have to take a look at the budget every year and adjust the timing of projects based on the most recent information. And so when we undertook that exercise this year, we were required to move Massey Pool back slightly. Having said that, we are aware that there's a lot of work to undertake at our outdoor pools, and our facilities department every year in the spring undertakes a complete assessment, and that's the kind of information that factors into our adjustments to the capital program every year. So I don't know if Mr. Hanson has anything further to add to that.
Sure, thanks, Ms. Shaley, and through you, Mayor Masters. I just wanted to highlight that we have invested in some upgrades at Massey Pool over the last couple of years with new mechanical systems, and we've done some significant repairs to the pool basin to extend the life of that facility, and all current signs are indicating we'll be able to continue the operation of that facility until the timing outlined in the plan.
Okay, thank you. And just to clarify, because I was told that it was moved back, but so was the original proposal to start in 2027? Or when was the original start?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Masters, it was pushed back 1 year.
1 year.
Yeah.
And further, in terms of the upgrades, I am a little bit familiar with the upgrades because I think it needed either a new boiler or something to help with the hot water. But there was also landscaping. So was all of that done in this last year through the chair?
Yes, through you, Mayor Masters, all that work is now complete.
Okay, good. I meant to go to see, but I didn't make it. Thank you. And so one more, I only have one more question, and it's, or it could be one more subject anyway, is regarding last winter we had a bus that was used in lieu of having another shelter space, but then we did have shelter space and we are contributing to that. Do we contribute any money to All Nations Hope for their warming shelter through the chair?
Is Mr. Slater, yeah, he's back there, sorry.
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes, that's correct. We do provide funding, yearly funding to All Nations Hope, specifically for Owasso. All Nations Hope's a community partner at the City of Regina through the social development stream of funding.
And Through the chair, is it the only warming shelter that we have in the city?
We have a list of spaces that operate throughout the week. There's a range of different spaces, whether they're, human services organizations or libraries or city spaces that do operate during daytime hours. Those hours become more limited overnight. Owasu is one of the only ones that we're aware of that provide specific warm-up spaces that don't provide sleeping arrangements, but is a safe space for individuals to access.
Okay, thank you. So there was a delegation submission from the Regina Anti-Poverty Ministry, and last night, overnight, I think I have about 40 emails in my inbox asking for us to help fund a warming shelter in the heritage area to Carmichael. Can I ask, I guess, a question whether or not administration has had conversations with Carmichael Outreach, or if there's been any discussions about this, about funding their shelter, through the chair?
Ms. Anderson?
Through you, Mayor Masters, we have some information that hasn't been publicly released yet, so I would suggest if we could, that we go in camera to share that information.
So I'll make that request that we go in camera to receive this information.
Sorry, motion to go in camera, seconder, Councillor LeBlanc.
Yes.
Anybody opposed? Okay, we're gonna exit for a few minutes to have that discussion. now that you've all sat back down. To the public, I will say that council receives confidential information arising to answer questions that arose during Councillor Statichuk's question period. No decisions were made, and we have a legislated break right now. We'll see you back here at 2:55, folks. Welcome back, Council. Councillor
No, only she thought
Stanichuk,
that you could-
you are still up.
Oh, all right, thank you. So I don't know if Amber's received it, I just sent her something. I have an amendment. So it's, okay, I can just describe it. So, just in terms of needing maybe a little more finance for cold weather strategies, I wanted to put forward a motion that the City Council increase the mill rate by 0.03 to add funds to the Social Development Community Partner Funding Program in the Community Investment Grant Program to advance work related to cold weather strategies.
Councillor Stanichuk requires a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Kiniak.
And so I guess I'm not completely sure how much 0.03 would be, but it's about $100,000. And I just wanted to have administration, if you could confirm that, 0.03.
So 0.03, I think, gives you an increase of just a little under $87,000.
187?
$87,000.
It gives you 87.
Yeah, so are you might be referring to, so you're looking for $300,000?
No, 100,000.
Sorry, $100,000. I'm going to ask Mr. Smith to calculate what the mill rate increase is on $100,000.
I guess that should have been the question first.
Mr. Smith, do you have that number?
So through the mayor, that is still 0.03 of a mill rate with rounding.
Okay, sorry, how much?
So it is
0.03.
0.03?
That's right, yeah.
Oh, okay. So then the motion doesn't have to change. And again, I think that last year we had the unexpected expense of the warming bus, and this will just give us a little more flexibility in terms of trying to respond to any issues around cold weather strategies.
Okay,
That's
thank you.
all I have.
Thanks. Folks on the amendment, Councillor Zakiniak.
Just a question for clarity for residents. For the average resident, what is 0.03 of a mill rate per month? Like, what does that equate to on a monthly basis? How much are we talking about here? Through the chair.
Let's give math a moment.
Yeah. Yeah, and they don't just have that figure off the top of their head? That's fair.
10 cents?
10 cents is your guess? We're taking bets. What would you?
You're close. Through the mayor, 6 cents a month.
6 cents a month. All right. Okay, so I just wanted to put that out there that we are talking about for the average resident, 6 cents a month. So I'm happy to support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does any other member of council have any questions on the amendment? Oh, Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you. I have some questions for Councillor Stanichuk. Does she have a specific program in mind that she wishes to fund?
I want to leave that in the hands of administration so that they can figure out the best way to use the funding.
To the administration through the mayor?
Through you, Mayor Masters, sorry, could you please repeat the question?
Is there a specific program in mind or in development that this money would be used for?
Through you, Mayor Masters, at this time there isn't. We're in discussions. We sit at a table. The city sits at a table referred to as the cold weather strategy. We have conversations with shelter, nonprofit organizations, and I would say to be determined.
What is through the mayor, what is the budget that you have in these programs for this kind of thing?
In the social development program, we have 1.7 million. This is allocated yearly to our community partner program, our annual activity and new initiative program, and our harm reduction stream.
The mayor, is it entirely allocated at this date?
That's correct.
So there's nothing left in it?
That is correct.
And it's a bit curious where the number 100,000 comes from. Do you have an idea what it might be used for?
Through you, Mayor Masters, my sense is that 100,000 could support operations of space. It could support staffing. We have some history supporting nonprofits who have run responses to cold weather emergencies such as All Nations Hope. We currently fund them in the range of 115,000.
Will you be putting out a call to all organizations that do this kind of work to see if they would entertain writing an application?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I think that's something we'll have to discuss as a team.
So I missed the answer, I'm sorry.
I said I think that's something we'll have to discuss as a team.
Have you been approached by any organization along these lines that you haven't been able to fund because there isn't enough money left in your fund?
We, through you, Mayor Masters, we are approached quite often from organizations who require funding for pilot projects of all sorts, and we do refer them to our community investment grant program.
I'm sure that's the case, but it's not the question I answered. Have you been approached by a specific organization for funding of this type, which you're not able to grant?
Through you, Mayor Masters.
Which you're not able to grant because of you have insufficient funding.
Through you, Mayor Masters, we have had discussions with some organizations at the cold weather strategy.
I see. And is this application being made to this council in relation to those discussions?
Through you, Mayor Masters, please repeat the question, Councillor Hawkins.
This application arrives suddenly. It's for a small amount of money in a $1 billion budget, almost minuscule amount of money. It seems very strange that it pops up 3 o'clock on the third day of budget. My question specifically is, are you in discussions with a specific organization about funding this kind of program for them at this time?
Through you, Mayor Masters, we are in conversation with a few different nonprofit organizations about interests in running cold weather spaces.
And is there one specific organization that you have in mind? Just tell the truth. Yes or no?
Mr. Slater, Councillor Hawkins, I think if the answer is confidential, then the answer can be confidential.
Well, is the answer confidential?
That is correct.
I'm concerned that council and the public do not have full information in this case. I'm concerned that there may be other organizations interested in this kind of thing. I'm concerned about a sudden application coming up during budget time. I'm concerned about the ad hoc nature of this. I'm concerned that we don't have a policy to cover this. I'm concerned that we don't have a precedent to deal with this. I'm concerned about being put in a position in which we seem rather Grinch-like, when in fact we do have a fund and we do have a program. I'm concerned that we don't have full information about what's going on here, can't get it. I'm concerned about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hawkins? I have a light blinking, but Councillor LeBlanc is presently away. Oh, okay. Councillor Stanichuk, there's no other comments from, oh, actually, no, I'm going to ask one before you close off, if that's okay. Mr. Slater, could you give me the balance of this fund again? Oh, I apologize. Go ahead.
Through the mayor, could you just clarify which fund, the social development?
I apologize. Yeah, thank you. That's what I'm asking.
1.7 million, which includes our community partner organizations, our stream funding, which is our annual activity funded, and our new initiative, which are pilot type projects. and that includes our harm reduction funding as well.
I guess my follow-up question, Mr. Slater, is do we increase this every year as a matter of, like we do with tax exemptions, when the mill rate goes up, we increase?
Through you, Mayor, not every year, we don't know, but we have put requests in past years for increases. I believe the last increase was related to the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, which put funding towards harm reduction programming.
Okay. So 3 or 4 years ago was the last time this bucket of money had an increase?
3 years, approximately, yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Slater. Go ahead, Councillor Sadachuk.
I will just ask one more question of administration. Last year when we provided the warming bus, how much did that cost the city through the mayor?
Ms. Anderson, Mr. Lacey, either one?
So through you, Mayor Masters, I'm going to ask Ms. Krulak if she has that number. Or did I see a hand raise? Mr. Bell.
Go to the bus, gentlemen. Thank you.
Through the mayor, the warming bus ran for 72 days last year at a cost of $271,000.
Okay. Thank you very much.
And what budget line item did that money come out of through the mayor?
Mr. Bells? Just kidding. You go ahead, Mr. Lacey, if you have the answer.
I'll let Mr. Bell start and I'll follow up.
All right.
Through the mayor, it would be treated just like a charter service, so we would have our normal lines of labor, fuel, and depreciation for the bus. So it would have went through all 3 lines of providing any hour of service.
Okay. And was it unexpected, this expenditure? I don't know how much notice or planning went into it.
So to you, Mayor Masters, the comment I would add is that was not in the 23 budget, so that would have been part of the variance that we brought forward as part of our third quarter forecast.
Okay. So having, would it be appropriate to say that, that having a little bit more cushion in that fund for cold weather strategies would be helpful?
So I see Mr. Slater shaking his head, and so...
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes, it would.
Okay. Thank you. I do think that this is incredibly important, and would just like to give administration the ability to fund things that come up during the cold weather months, and that it's really, really critically important. We don't want people having frostbite or losing limbs to frostbite, and it's important that we do this. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Councillor Stanachuk. Clerks, could you please call the vote on the amendment? Councillor LeBlanc, if you're online, could I get a verbal vote? Star 6, sir.
In favor, thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Masters, the motion passes unanimously with a vote of 11-0.
Thank you very much to the clerks. Councillor Stanachuk, did you have anything else?
I do not, thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Mancinelli?
Thank you. Facilities asset management, really interested in following forward with the original plan. We had a discussion yesterday with RPS about offsetting that 2.9, as well as recapturing some of that in the first 2 years. Does the administration have any comment on that?
So through you, Mayor Masters, I'll start, and then Mr. Hanson might have some additional comment. So the net result for 2024 with the RPS budget change, but then the Riel motion as well in the supplemental report. The net change to the overall facility asset management program is an increase of $600,000 in 2024. And so it is a increase from what was initially proposed in the budget. I will bring us back to the broader point. We should probably be at closer something to 18 million, but overall with respect to 24, it's an overall increase. So it's a positive for 24 compared to what was in the initial proposed budget. Where we have larger issues is when in 25, 26, to basically what's been proposed to accommodate the RPS budget is that there's actually a decrease in the FAM budget of over 3 million, and it does start impacting the program even more than what had been initially proposed because you're doing less projects and we're not at the 18 million already. The only comment I would have on this piece, and it gets back to an earlier conversation that we had, is I think as part of the 2025 budget and the multi-year budget, is that we do need to come back, and I guess if I could call it, have a serious conversation about how do we fund our asset management programs, and whether or not we need to change our focus on where we do our capital spend 25 onwards, and whether that either requires a reallocation from other capital projects or whether that requires increased funding from one source of funding or other, including mill rate.
Okay, this would be one of those points where I'm having problems following how the money flows through and what it achieves. So the original recommendation was to hold back 300,000, balloon a bit of money, put off the police completion for their command central, stretch it out to 4 years, and use that money to complete it. With the change to real, now we're adding $600,000 funding to the facilities asset management, but having no effect on RPS's operation, not affecting anything down the line, and also still causing the change to the facilities asset management plan for the formal City of Regina facilities by incorporating real into part of the mix, kind of diluting the money. Is that correct? Am I misunderstanding that? I'm just trying to follow.
So with respect to FAM, for 2024, with the changes that have been discussed, there's a positive impact on FAM of just under $600,000. However, over the 5-year capital plan, as it currently stands, there is there's a negative impact. I'm just trying to do the math in my head. There's a negative impact of, with all the changes, 4.8 million, correct? So there is a negative impact over the 5-year plan.
And if I wanted to keep the plan on task, part of the spend is for the Regina Police Services. We had a conversation yesterday, basically a $3 million ask to administration to keep on track. They identified by stretching it out, there was an additional $1.4 million worth of lease costs, plus operating for years, I believe, 26 and 27, or 25 and 26, and the ask is only $3 million. So half the ask goes towards spending again by stretching out those leases for the years where their construction isn't complete. Follow me?
Yeah, so through you, Mayor Masters, I'll come back to, yes, in the RPS budget, the ask is an additional $3 million. However, that ask is focused on furniture and fixings. There needs, for that renovation to actually happen, there needs to be another 3.25 added to the city budget. So the project's closer to 6.25 million of incremental funding to make that happen. We have been in discussions with the RPS about bringing a business case forward that kind of speaks to, and this is part of the 2025 budget process, but to bring a business case forward that speaks to what those renovations entail, what the benefits are for the RPS. They spoke to some of them with respect to operational efficiency, et cetera. And then secondly, what the lease savings are. The numbers I've heard previously were a little bit lower because they're still going to have leases. And so the overall payback that I had heard was slightly different than what we heard on the first day of budget deliberations. So maybe I'll just summarize my comments through you, Mayor Masters. Our intent was we need to do a business case here. We need to analyze what the benefits are, be able to articulate that, what the payback is with respect to lease cost savings, and then ultimately what other trade-offs we'd need to make in the budget in 25, if that's the desire to proceed in 25 as opposed to a later year, what the trade-offs are to basically spend that money up front. And then, yes, you do recoup it through lease cost savings over future years, but it requires a reallocation to balance the budget.
Understood, and noted that RPS was going month by month to confirm their expenses and their revenues. There was 6 leases, 2 of them would have to remain, 4 of them would be able to be canceled is what the information was given. Those 4 leases equated to $700,000. By keeping this on track in the years, that's $1.4 million that would have been not paid, as well as operating over and above is what they identified. I was talking about referrals because on a $3 million debt to be on time, we can recoup half or better by just being on time. I had asked about debt servicing to do this, and I don't know if I can make that decision right now. I think that's really attractive. Maybe I'd like to refer this budget to Monday at noon and move on to the utility for now, or table. Maybe I'd like to table this budget till Monday at noon and move on to the utility. Like I said, I've been going through this again. I'm not anywhere that I'm comfortable with, so that's my own feeling.
Councillor Mancinelli has moved a tabling motion to deal with the general operating and capital till Monday at noon so that we can move on this afternoon to the general utility budget. I'll remind council that there are, aside from Jason, another 7 members of council to continue to go through the general and operating budget, so we won't finish it today anyway. And so tabling motion, he requires a seconder for the general and operating till noon Monday. Thank you, Councillor Stanachuk. Council clerks, can we please take those? So again, tabling the general and operating just till Monday at noon, and then we'll proceed this afternoon to the general utility capital and operating budget. Otherwise, we'll just be reconvening at noon on Monday for something else.
Oh, so we are on a Saturday?
No, no Saturdays. Not bringing administration back on Saturday. No.
I thought it was coming here tomorrow.
No, Monday. So if you're amenable to tabling till Monday, this portion of, general operating and capital till Monday at noon, and we'll proceed this afternoon to the other item on the floor, which is the general utility operating and capital. Clerks, can you call the vote?
Opposed, thank you.
Is it? Like, oh, he's celebrating.
Mayor Masters, the tabling motion has passed 6-5. Those in favor of tabling this portion of the budget are Councillors Hawkins, Findura, Stadnichuk, Zakidniak, Mancinelli, and yourself, Mayor Masters. 5 voting against were Councillors Bresciani, Nelson, Stevens, LeBlanc, and Moore.
Thanks, one moment, please. On the floor is the 2024 general and utility capital plan. How about general and capital utility plan? How about that instead? Both works. I'll open it up for questions. I'll start with, do you want me to start? Are you okay to start, Councillor Skiniak? Okay.
Okay. So, I just want to note, like, to start, some of the wording that I saw in general in relation to the utility budget was talking about the 2024 utility rates approved by council, the approved utility rate increase. So that sounds like it's already been approved, which, like, I guess the language reflects that it was approved in principle. Can you help me understand that? Because it's a little confusing.
So I'll actually refer that question to Mr. Donny, because he's anxious to take it.
Through you, Mayor Masters, so in December of 2022, the two-year budget was presented to council, and council approved 4.5% in 2023 and approved 4% in 2024. So the utility rate has been approved. What's in front of you now is the capital and operating utility budget for 2024.
So you're saying we did approve the utility already last year?
Through you, Mayor Masters, council approved the utility rate increase. But the actual operating and capital dollars have not been approved, and that's what's before you today.
So, sorry, Councillor Skiniak, just one moment. Yeah. The clerk's just going to check the minutes. Right now, sorry, while the clerk looks this up, point number 8 in terms of what's being considered right now. Number 8 is approve the 2024 utility operating budget as outlined in Appendix A, beginning on page 7 with total revenue of $176,180,000 and gross expenditures of $176,180,000. So the next one is the capital budget. So it would appear that we still have to approve, but I'm not sure why that recommendation would be in here if this is already approved. I gotcha.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. First, I just wanted to clarify that the minutes read that the 2023 rate was proposed at 4.5, but it was reduced to 3.5. So I need to clarify that the 2023 rate was 3.5, not 4.5.
3.5.
Now, yes, last year, when the budget came forward, administration proposed 4.5%, Councillor Nelson.
In the 2024.
For 2023, last year's budget.
Okay.
And then it was proposed in the recommendation, and I realized we seem to have a snag here, and I may have to ask the city solicitor to weigh in on this. There was a specific rate for 2023 approved. The minutes then also read that the remainder of the proposed 2024 utility budget be received and filed. Now, just like we're dealing with today, so that would mean it wasn't explicitly approved. Now, this is where I asked the city solicitor, because I understand that the water utility bylaw actually does specify a rate for this year. But it doesn't mean that anything can be reconsidered.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm just referring back to my colleague, Ms. Kruger, who has drafted the bylaw, and I'm trying to get, she's not in the office, but I believe she may be following along in any event, so I'm just trying to get some feedback from her as to whether or not
Sure.
that was in the bylaw.
Thank you very much, Ms. Williams. I think, Council, if you're okay to, let's recess for 5 minutes so that we can give administration a chance to get us a legal opinion.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Fantasy Island. Mr. Clerk, you're going to speak to this?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Masters. I will apologize to members of council, the administration, and the public for my misread of last year's sequence of motions on the utility budget. I read it incorrectly with respect to the increase in 2024. That increase was approved in the amount of 4%. What I can tell you is that is reflected in the current bylaws that were also passed. It remains your sole prerogative to either affirm that 4% or change it one way or the other. And depending on if a number or a percentage increase or decrease is voted upon and accepted today, we will work with our legal department to have that bylaw drafted, if at all possible, to return on Monday at the same time as the tabled operating and capital budget.
Thank you. Councillor Zakiniak, you're still up.
Okay, thank you. Well, that was fun. Hopefully the rest of my questions won't cause that sort of controversy. My next one is, so according to our budget documents, our solid waste reserve will be depleted by $1,775,000 in 2024 and further in upcoming years. Are there any concerns about the ability to replenish this reserve through the chair?
Through Mayor Masters, I'm more than comfortable answering the question, but that's not the water utility. That is under the general.
Solid waste.
reserve. Yeah.
Oh, right. Well, then we can just say I missed my chance. That's fine too. So next, okay, so we are cutting costs, like our city corporation has been looking for efficiencies, yet costs keep rising for our utilities. How can we reverse this trend? I have another note. Is there so whatever your answer was going to be, and then in addition to that, would there be additional conservation measures we could be taking? I know Councillor Mancinelli had a gray water harvesting motion, I feel like 10 years ago, but probably not that long. So what could we be doing through the chair?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll give you a few perspectives and more than happy to get into more detail. I think the most important thing for the utility, the water utility, is to invest in our underground infrastructure. We've been doing that very aggressively for the last 10 years or so. As an example, in 2017, we had around 350 water main breaks a year. It costs us about $10,000 for every single water main break. This year, we're around 160 water main breaks. So if you take that math, that's about $2 million in savings based on water main breaks. So we'll continue to invest in underground infrastructure if approved by council. And that is the most impactful savings for the utility. On top of all the other things that we're doing as far as putting telematics in our equipment, as the rest of the organization is, but investing in underground infrastructure is very, very important.
Okay, what about the conservation component of potential savings in relation to water conservation?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So conservation is very important from an environmental perspective. Obviously, if we can reduce the amount of water we use, it's best for the planet and for the environment. From a revenue perspective, it is not necessarily the best thing. So it may defer capital projects, and so that's the sweet spot. Is if we can conserve enough to delay large capital projects, then we can reduce that capital in the long term. In general, the city of Regina's water usage is quite low compared to other cities, but there's always improvements to make.
Is there any plans for us as a city to embark on additional water conservation measures or promotion in the near future?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll give you a few pieces of information and then ask Ms. Aird from a work plan perspective what it looks like for the next couple of years. So we've seen, like I mentioned, great increases when it comes water conservation increases when it comes to the natural turnover of the house stock. So when you're putting in the new toilets or the new showers, they're very efficient, and we're seeing that and have seen that primarily over the last few years. We also had a affordability program that was approved by council for those that need assistance, they can apply and get that assistance to replace toilets and other high-flow fixtures. I'll just ask Ms. Aird if she had any more information to provide.
Sorry. Through you, Madam Mayor. The only other thing I would add to what Curtis said is that we were going to focus some public outreach efforts on the water side as well. We've focused a lot on the waste, and we've got the water education room, and we're going to start programming that more and doing more messaging around water programming and conservation.
Okay. And I mentioned Councillor Mancinelli's gray water motion. I'm not the best one to speak to that, but I recall that being an outstanding motion still. What is the status of that?
Through you, Mayor Masters, so the grey water motion, the last time we brought the outstanding list to council, we included that in the adaptation plan. So there's an expectation when the adaptation plan comes forward, there'll be a component for grey water at a very high level, and then determination if anything should move forward after that.
Okay, thanks. Through conversations with the Get the Lead Out Committee folks, they mentioned to me, and hopefully this will make sense to you, that the neighborhood profiles have not been updated lately, and I suspect it means in terms of lead service connections. Can anyone speak to that, like why that would be the case, or if that's something we can address?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I assume what they're referring to is the neighborhood profiles where we talk about percentage of lead in the neighborhood. So we would normally update that after every construction season, so this is a great time of year to do that, so we'll work to do that.
Okay. And for my last thing, I do have an amendment, but it should be hopefully a pretty straightforward one. Hopefully the Deputy City Clerk was able to find it. So I'll just speak to it while it's hopefully getting pulled up. So I actually thought that the options presented to us from the Get the Lead Out Committee in terms of how we might want to respond to outstanding concerns of lead and water were reasonable and at least worthy of further investigation. So I see you're all on the edge of your seat. What is this motion? It's not written in invisible ink. I think it'll be up there soon. So what I would like is further exploration of those options, because we can't just take them from the submission. So I'm asking for administration to report back Q2 of 2024, if that's reasonable, with further exploration of whether those options may be, whether they would or wouldn't recommend proceeding with those. My recollection is that the lowest cost one had an annual cost of $300,000 up to over $1 million. And also, thanks to Councillor Bresciani, who suggested that it may also make sense for, if administration is going to be exploring that, to also consider whether instead they would suggest to proceed more quickly with lead service connections and invest that money into that instead of providing bottled water service. So what I would ask administration is, first of all, is that clear? And secondly, is Q2 a reasonable timeline for them to report back with that exploratory report?
Just before that, I'll ask for a seconder on the motion. Thank you, Councillor Stanichuk. Okay, Mr. Doney, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll provide a bit of background, and my suggestion is that we have a conversation right now. I think we're prepared to talk about the pros and cons about delivering water to residents. Currently, there's a lead filter program that is available to residents for $100 a year. As part of that program, they can buy bottled water and put that towards that program. So that's probably the most efficient and effective way to use the program. And if council wanted to increase that to a certain amount, we've done some rough calculations, and of course it depends on your family, but you would likely use $300 to $400 a year in water if you had it delivered to your home. That might be the best way to allow residents to access drinking water delivered to their home, instead of the city actually managing a program and dropping off water at homes that may or may not be needed.
Okay, so, excuse me, for clarity, I guess what you're saying is you already know that you wouldn't recommend expediting lead service connection replacement. If anything, if we wanted to bump up the amount of money provided for to residents for clean water,
Through you, Mayor Master. So I answered the first part of the question. The second part of the question about accelerating the lead service connections. So we've had lots of conversations here at council about the pros and cons to that. In January, we talked about the private lead service connections, and we showed you the utility reserve and how it will be dropping over the next 5 years based on all the projects for the water, wastewater, and stormwater system. Right now, we have about $2.8 million to replace about 220 lead service connections per year. And at the time, that was over a 15-year plan, and now we're down to about a 13-year plan. That is still working quite well. We're coordinating with our construction teams with roadways, and so that would be our recommendation still, to focus on that. However, that is council's decision. If you want to accelerate the lead service connection management program, I would just ask how you want to fund that, whether through mill rate or decreasing other capital projects.
Actually,
Sorry,
I'm just going to interrupt for a second, and I just want to check with the clerk on something. As this has been voted on and decided as in terms of a plan, correct me if I'm wrong, 15 years? We're down to 14? We're down to 13?
13.
Okay, so I think the second part of this, you're asking administration to undertake work, which really I think should warrant a reconsideration notice of the existing approved plan, as opposed to, you're asking a little bit of, although he's ready to deal with it right now, but in terms of expediting the lead service connection replacement, I think would warrant a motion for reconsideration, I think. And I'll ask the clerk to speak to that.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Yes, I would agree. The lead service connection program, there is an explicit decision that has been made by council in this regard. Again, nothing stops council from revisiting it through a reconsideration motion, but you would need to do that first. In my opinion, the rest of your motion or amendment would appear to be in order at this time.
Okay. I'll get to that in one moment. Did you say it's down to 13 years now for the private side replacement? Just to make sure I got that right?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So it is down to 13 years, 2036 for the public lead service connection replacements.
Public, okay. Okay, so then we can take that part out, the expediting the lead service connection replacement, like just strike that from the amendment. And you're also, so you said right now we provide $100 per resident, and this is any resident with a lead service connection can access $100 per year. Is that accurate?
Through you, Mayor Masters, that is correct.
And so, and based on the information we have, if we were wanting to allow those folks to have access to bottled water service for a year, you're saying it would cost, do we know, 300 is an estimate, or do we know?
Yes, through you, Mayor Masters, our estimate is about $350 per year.
$350 per year. So how much, so does anybody have a calculation then, if I was doing a different motion, of how much money we're talking about to go from $100 per resident per year to $350 per year?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I can run through the numbers. My suggestion would be is that we're not getting a significant uptake in our filter rebate program, and so there's funding available there. If council chose to increase the amount to $350 per year, I think it's reasonable that that could be done and funded with the existing program that's in place, because the numbers are not there like we expected. If we see that there's a huge uptake, we would bring that forward in future years operating as to increase that amount for the water filter program. But we're not seeing that uptake right now, and I don't expect by increasing the amount that it's going to increase the uptake.
We get 2 rounds on utility, right?
Sure do.
So I'm just, instead of trying to sort this out right now, I'm just going to withdraw this, and I can either bring something back or not, but I don't need to sort this out on council's time.
Thank you, Councillor Sakimiak. So motion is withdrawn. Back to the main motion. Are you've got time left for questions?
No, I'm good.
Are you sure?
Now I got some figuring to do. I'm fine, thanks.
You got some, okay, time for math, I understand. Councillor Vendura.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to give a notice, so I'll before I do my first one around, I'm going to give the notice of motion, so maybe if the clerk can bring it up. So, so first of all, I would need and ask of you to get a seconder. Everybody a seconder? Councilor Moore. Okay, so so in the motion, I would make a little, so with the indulgence of Councilor Moore, I want to specifically specify this, going from 4 to 2, this would impact only the base. So I don't think it's clear that it's just going to be, and that if there's a reduction, it's only going to be taken from the base. So
You're saying you want 2% off the base?
correct. Consumption stays the way it is. It's mainly, the concern is with the base. So I will, if I have a couple minutes here to, can we add that somewhere?
Yeah, just one moment.
Okay.
Mr. Doney or Mr. Lacy, is that the wording that you require?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I think that's clear, and if you'd like, I can speak to the impacts.
Yeah, I'll wait till Councilor Fundura says his say and asks you the question.
Okay, so we good? Go? Go, okay. Mayor, this has been one of my things for as long as I've sat in this chair. This is my, we did a double budget, so this is the 15 or 16 budget here. Anyways, it's always fun to be here. This is where we debate. So anyways, what I'm talking about is the changes to, especially this year, and the next year, changes to our utilities with all our green and brown and blue is going to come on utilities, and all the increases will show. I'm already getting a lot of calls, texts saying, "What are you doing?" Because people notice utility. They don't notice the taxes. It's just there. It's somewhere hidden. So I'm just going to continue. So when I look at an invoice here, for instance, before I even turn on the tap, so I'm talking to Grandma, fixed income, she's living on Dudney, and she says, "John, what in the world are you doing?" I'm bathing in a teaspoon of water. Before I even turn on the water, she says to me, "I'm paying $60 already." And I say to her, "Well, it's operational, all the things that we need to do to get it there." But still, she cannot fathom that before she even turns the water on, she's paying $60, $70. So I have my own bill here. I pay $30 for base, and I pay $34 for consumption. There's two of us at home. I pay $23 for base for sewer, and I pay $24 for consumption. I pay $220 for base charge on storm drainage, and of course the blue bin came in. So there's the other bin's going to come in on my. So I know we're going to be hearing about it. I know we need funds to operate. I know the conversation was that we don't want a problem with contamination and things like that. I think we're doing a good job of keeping our water safe. It's the affordability. And if you lead in the budget documents, think about, we want to give the folks affordability. We did that with the 0.5 affordability. Great, but not everybody can access that. And we heard from the delegation saying they're just on the edge of that. So they cannot access that. So I'm just going to continue here. So when you look at, if you look at the, so my first question would be, before I go any further, is where's our, to you, Mayor, my first question is, where are we at a surplus in our water utility? What number are we sitting on? How much money do we have in there?
Through you, Mayor Masters, in our Q3 reporting, it was approximately 3.2 million, I believe.
3.2? And then that's the surplus. Then the reserve, how much does that one have?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I do not have the reserve numbers in front of me. I will see if Ms. Erlich has those handy, or Mr. Lacy.
Ms. Krulak, do you have that? Ms. Krulak?
So through the chair, at the actuals at the end of 22 were 105.4 million
How much?
and forecasted to be at 92.5 million at the end of 2023.
So the forecast is 92.5 million. First number was what, 102 point? What was the first number?
105.4.
Okay, I'm going to continue. Thank you for that.
Councillor Vendura?
Yeah.
You have time on the main motion, but in terms of your 3 minutes for your amendment,
Is it done?
you may be out of time, so you might want to, you get to close, you get another 3 minutes?
Okay, great. You know what? Then I'm getting too excited. Okay, all right. I'll.
What? Excited? What are you
Been waiting all 3 days for this.
Is there any other member of council that would like to speak to this? Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So she's asked, Councillor Finder has asked about this several times. We've talked about it. What are the implications? Like, the utility model is always banked on stockpiling surpluses. We spend it. We're seeing a massive investment now in cost overruns, whether it's treating water or pressure solutions. What is the implication in the long run if we reduce the rate for the base charge?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll provide you some information, and I can provide more information if you'd like. So as I've mentioned a few times, we've got a long-term financial model with utility, about 25 years, that looks at drinking water, wastewater, and stormwater costs for infrastructure. So as we talked about earlier in this meeting, other assets have a lot of deferred maintenance. We believe that we've got a financially sustainable utility based on our asset management plans and what needs to be done to fix the underground pipes and to rehabilitate our pump stations. And so in that financial plan, I'm looking at a 2023 to 2033 utility reserve plan that I showed back in January when we were talking about funding the private lead service connections. And it's very clear that over the next 10 years, that reserve will go down to, around $25 million as we basically have more of a capital plan, and the capital plan is larger than what we're putting into that plan because of large projects such as wastewater pipes to keep wastewater from overflowing into Wascana Creek, to improve stormwater improvements, to reduce stormwater and wastewater going into people's basements, and of course to replace lead service connections and reline and replace asbestos cement pipes. So that's what the money is used for. And if we were to reduce this, it's a little bit challenging. I don't believe we can calculate the actual impact because we're talking about the base rate instead of the overall rate. But the cumulative impact would be significant. We get approximately 44% of our revenue from base and 56% of our revenue from volumetric charges. So if we're looking to reduce the base from 4% to 2%, it'll have a significant impact. And we will need to make changes to the capital plan. So we'll need to reduce one of those things that we talked about on the drinking water, the wastewater, or the stormwater infrastructure. That's kind of a high level of the impacts.
And just to be clear, if we're explaining to grandma who is washing herself in, a teaspoon of water, polish that image up later. Part of that cost isn't just the water, it's the actual infrastructure. So the pipes from Buffalo Pound to the city, through the network, not just the water that is actually flowing through those pipes. Is that correct? So she's paying for the infrastructure, whether she uses it or not, and then on top of that, she's also paying for the actual water treatment process and so on.
Through you, Mayor Masters, so that's exactly right. Our fixed costs are about 80% of the cost to run a utility. The pipe needs to be in the ground, the hydrant is there. If your house is burning down, the fire department's coming, they need water to put out your fire. So the costs are definitely substantially fixed. There is some portion of extra treatment and extra pumping electricity to pump more water, but the very large majority of our costs are fixed.
Okay. And I guess the theme that Councillor Mancinelli, I think, has been projecting is that we need to concern ourselves with the future. And so if you're not able to provide us with an assessment of how this would affect the sustainability of the plan, for me, that's a cause for concern. Like how much work is it to actually recalculate what this would mean in the long term if we reduce this rate? So you obviously can't do it on the fly.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll ask Ms. Mill if she has any indication of the work. I will just mention another option is to do a one-time decrease, because that's very easy to calculate, and we can speak to that impact relatively easy. But when we have a cumulative impact on a base rate, it will take some work to calculate. I'll ask Ms. Mills if she has any indication of how much work that would be and when that could come forward.
Through the mayor, off the top of my head, we'd need some time to go through it, but it wouldn't be too complicated. I would say a few days to make sure we've got it right.
Right, okay.
Through you, Mayor Masters, and I would just add is that changing a rate structure on the floor of council is highly not recommended.
Yeah, rightfully so. Well, I mean, I would put it to the councillors who moved this. You know, saving money today is just expending more money tomorrow, and maybe it's something for you to consider if you were to bring this back at another point, actually considering a one-time versus a long-term rate cut. So I'll just put it there. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Steves, are you asking them if they consider one time versus asked and answered? Okay, hang on a second. Councillor Findura, it would be a friendly amendment in terms of a one-time reduction?
Well, in my closing, I would have spoken to few of these comments. So 2025, I believe, I just want to rationalize what we're doing. 2025, I think we're returning back on approving for another 3 years of where the rate's going to be. Am I correct?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So we haven't decided from administration of how many years we would bring forward to council to approve a utility rate. Typically, we bring forward a 2 or 3 year rate increase. So that's still a decision to be made.
Okay, so then that means that I'll be very happy to do that, because we're going to be renewing the discussion about percentage. So yes, I am. Yes.
The answer is yes, you would just consider
I would.
identifying this as one time.
Just do a one time for
All
this.
right.
Yeah.
So if you're willing to amend the motion, Councillor Mole is willing to amend the motion, then it now becomes one time. Okay.
Mayor Masters? Just to provide clarity for council, another simple option is instead of doing percentages, just pick a flat rate that you'd like it to be reduced because it's on the base, so we're not talking about volume. So what is that flat amount that you'd like to be reduced? As an example, we have about 3.2 million in surplus. So if we work that backwards of 76,000 connections, $2.50, $3 would be reasonable for a one-time rate decrease in 2024.
So, sorry, if you're going to say that, then what are the implications of 2% per person? You got $2.50 to $3. So what's the comparable in terms of what Councillor Findura has on the floor?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I can't calculate that in my head because it's 2% per year for 25 years, so I don't know.
Okay, understood. Sorry. Councillor Stanichuk, please go ahead.
Yes, through you, Mayor Masters, just a question about the problems that the Buffalo Pound plant had with drought conditions, I think, this year. And I did see some news stories that Calgary has had water restrictions because of drought conditions. Our water does flow from that direction. Calgary gets it before we do. What are the implications of having us restricting the amount of money that's in the either surplus or the reserve fund if we do continue to see some drought conditions and the pressures on our water system?
Through you, Mayor Masters, so we met with the Water Security Agency, who's in charge of water flow from Lake Diefenbaker down to Buffalo Pound, just as late of last Friday, and had a conversation with them about the drought water source, water allocation. They reassured us again that things look okay. However, we are doing a $325 million project at Buffalo Pound to be able to renew that plant and treat water that is harder to treat than it was 10, 15, 20 years ago because of nutrient loading. So Buffalo Pound has assured us that the project that they're doing is being done for the next 20 to 30 years, and they'll be able to treat that water, but we'll continue to work with the Water Security Agency to ensure we have adequate flows coming from Lake Diefenbaker down to Buffalo Pound.
Okay. I would really like to have a little more information about what the actual implications, cost implications are of this motion, because I do not want to support it. I am a little more inclined to support it, the fact that it's a one-time reduction, just because people will be getting a significant larger utility bill in 2024 as a result of putting the waste services on the bill. But I would like to get a little more information, so if that kind of, if some more details can be worked out before we vote, I would appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Stanachek. Councillor Sakinian, go for it.
Okay, so sort of along the lines of what Councillor Stadnichuk was just asking, is it, so for this, in terms of a one-time reduction, do we have additional information about the financial implications or not yet?
Through you, Mayor Masters, no, we do not, and we will not have them.
You will
today.
not have them.
If you would like to change it to a $2 per meter or a $3 per meter, that's very easy to calculate. Same result, but does not have the long-term impacts, because when you reduce a rate by 2%, there are impacts over the next 25 years.
Okay. Okay, so I haven't spoken yet, that I'm aware of.
No, she hasn't gone on the amendment yet. This is, yeah, so this is the first time she's speaking to the amendment.
I spoke to, as part of my turn for round one, but haven't spoken to this.
Yeah, it's okay.
That's right. We can't calculate those long-term.
So can I ask Councillor Findura as the mover and then the seconder if needed? Based on what we just heard from administration, are you willing to, I'm also uncomfortable approving something that we don't know the financial implications for. Would you be willing to adjust it as proposed by administration? That would allow me to at least consider it further.
If we have an option right now, if you would like to recess till Monday and allow administration a bit of time, but Councillor Pandura, your microphone is on.
Yeah, because we'll have some time to discuss it, but I'm going to stay where we are with this. I mean, we could look at different ways, look at the percentages, whatever, but if I want to look at even this year, it's easier to calculate, I could say, right now the base charge is 96 cents, 32 days, right? And it's $30. And so even if we go down to, let's say, 50, so we need to figure out what the 2% will do on that base. So it's, you know, it sounds like maybe what, $2, because it's $6.60. So it's maybe $4.60 on each bill. So it's not really, but it shows some kind of movement on our part saying, yeah, it is difficult to deal with this because, so I'm going to stay with where we are.
Okay. Okay, then I won't be able to support it, but I also want to know why why are you proposing a 2% reduction instead of 1%?
I'm back on it again. It was 1% for I don't know how many years now. So like inflation, I'm increasing by 1. It's a good number.
Okay. That's an interesting explanation. Yeah, I guess I have nothing further. Unfortunately, I won't be able to support it, certainly not without more information. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Zakiniak. Councillor Bresciani, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. So, of course, you know, I would like to support the reduction for sure, but I'm with the others, and we've heard from administration that they do need the time to tell us what $2 or $2.50 is. Like, they can't, what the impacts would be. So I guess, I think it's important that we actually give them the time. So I would recommend that we actually do recess until Monday, so they have some time. Otherwise, I won't be able to support this. Or table, sorry, and recess until Monday. I just think, in all fairness to administration, what time?
Councillor Bresciani requires a seconder on a table and a recess. Councillor Nelson seconds, and so I'm just going to call the question. Any opposed?
Are we tabling and recessing going home?
Yes. So, anyone opposed? Okay, Councillor Stevens is opposed, and the media is clapping right now. I'm sorry, Councillor Moore, you're... Okay, you're opposed as well. Anyone else? Oh, Councillor LeBlanc. Sorry, I apologize. You're not on your own, Steve. That's an 8-3 vote, folks. We're done. See you at noon on Monday. We are recessed.